Good day and good evening, and welcome to a really long walk. Or one really long walk, even. With me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. The stream, somewhat recently, we had a weird discussion in the community about what is the longest distance two zones are from each other in Final Fantasy XIV. Like a really long walk. The rule being, you can't use aetherites, so how do the zones connect? And, well, the one zone that I decided to remove from the list was Boja and Zadnor. But technically... Technically, we could have made the path slightly longer by adding either Zadnor, who has that like really long U-shaped path from the one end to the start, or Boja with that Z-shape situation. But I decided to remove that part, both because I don't think you can be a gatherer in there, so I will just get killed trying to walk through it. There's no point. And also, it is an instance, so let's just not count that one for this particular funsies. But aside from that, I'm going to be a gatherer so that I can ignore all mobs in the way, and we will simply go through. Boats and airships are allowed, both because they're necessary, and also because, I mean, if you were traveling by foot, you'd probably use a free boat, right? Time for April Fool's Desert, boss. It's even better than that. It's April Fool's foot walk. With that said, hey Caetsu, hey Ymir, hey Shaq, hey Kosari, hey Okni, hey Aradel, hey Liv, hey Neoblade, and hey Rust. Hope you're all doing very well. We're of course on Ravana Materia, and we will probably just start walking right now. And yes, I put a speedrun timer in the top, both because that gives it's both a fun way to keep track of how long we spent in each zone, but also because that both gives you the ability to see where we are right now, where we are going, and in a little bit you'll also be able to see where we were. So it's like, it's just excellent that I can just use that one tool, and then we can see all the extra information you might want. And why would you care about where we're going is of course because if you can't access the zone we are in, well, maybe you can wait for us in the next zone. It's gonna be odd to watch. Well, yeah, it is April 1st, right? Also, hey Zach, hope you're doing well. Oh, I see, Rust. That's unfortunate. Right, so our first switch here. And we have another one really quickly afterwards. Oh look, there's Caetsu waiting for us. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. It's been a while. And here we have the next boat. You can see why it is sort of necessary to allow boats for this. Now, here comes the first thing. I considered whether we were going to swim if the shortest path was through the water. And I decided it would be more fun to find a walkable path wherever possible. Which means that we're going over here. But aside from that, I tried to like map out a decently effective path for each zone, so I'm not like intentionally making the path longer than it has to be. But that is the reason why I'm not just like going beeline. Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. Zach says I can't wait for the crossover event. Meet my puppy. Yeah. Yes, Bronto, we are walking. We're actually walking. It's basically hangout stream and we're just walking and talking. So if you have anything you all would like to talk about, any questions, like tea time style, feel free to. Some of these zones will have nothing special happening. I'm guessing that's Shaq. Is that right? But no, it wouldn't it have been sad if I had said we would be walking and then I didn't. Wouldn't that have been sad? Malice says, do we have an estimate of how long this full route will take? I don't know. I went through some of the zones to double check that I had like the pathing correctly, that I like knew where we started and where we ended and things like that. But I did that on a mount. So I don't know how long this will take, which is part of the fun of it. Hey, you got in. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Yak. Hope you're doing well as well. Let's see. Right, the bridge is broken. We have to walk here. Your Karen says, what's the route? Well, you can see where we're going up there. I feel like it would be more fun if I don't reveal where our final destination is until we get there. Because that also means that every time you see me go into a new zone, you see another zone appear on the list. And I guess it gets more and more exciting the further we get, right? Maybe we can do some clips? If we have a really long straight path, we might be able to. Kind of the problem is that... part of the problem is that I kind of have to see where I'm going to be sure that I'm not, like, watching a clip. And then I, like, after the clip, I tune back in here to see that I've been walking into a wall for 3 minutes. Use Peloton, it would help. It would help, but that's not the point. It would help. Kai goes 9 hours overtime. I have a feeling that this won't take 12 hours. But I don't know if it actually takes 3 hours. Malice says how to walk feature is gonna be running overtime today. Yeah, I don't think I would do this if I didn't have the auto run feature. Voyager is an extremely fitting title today. Yeah. Traveler would also work. Yeah, Huntmark. I actually saw it too. I was like, should I switch to a combat job just to snipe those and just keep walking? You know what? I'll do that later. You know, if this is the group, then let me see here. Walking into a rock. Walking into a rock. Did I get everyone? I think so. How long till we see random players also join? I mean, that is probably more likely if the group becomes large enough that it starts to get difficult to ignore, right? But that would be really funny if, like, when we get to the end, it's like, there's like 50 people that are like, where are we going? What's the point here? It's like, oh, we're following Kai. Why? Get to the destination, like, why? Liv says, I didn't know there was an auto-run feature. I'm pretty sure, like, I never changed it, but by default, if you press R on your keyboard, that's the auto walk or auto run feature. So you just click it and just start walking. You can also click the middle mouse button, I believe. Also, hey, Zevicus, hope you're doing well. Also, Bangladesh Mandalore, hope you're doing well as well. I do believe I met you in a roulette recently. Also, hey Raki, hope you're doing well. Says if the caravan starts killing beasts in front of you, this will become the world's longest escort mission. It would. I actually was wondering whether I should go as a combat job and then just hope people would clear the path for me. But then I was like, wait. Gatherers are invisible to enemies as long as you have sneak. I should just... it's really hard to invite someone behind me. Look, it's Liv! Wait, the tank left as well in that group, Bangladesh? Huh. I thought it was just the healer. Ogni says, we could shout and chat the next spot of the walk train. You could. Like, if there's enough people walking along, that would make sense, right? Hey, Gayman! Hope you're doing well. Also, hey Zav, hope you're doing well as well. There's at a computer festival in Finland, they tend to spontaneously do a long walk around town in the middle of the night, singing a children's song. That actually makes really good sense with like a huge group of, well, I mean this in a good way, a huge group of nerds, right? That makes perfect sense. Hey Girahin, hope you're doing well. It's actually a long time ago. I was like, I hope we're still friends, but he hasn't played in a long time. But he had this like tradition, specifically on Louisoix Chaos, of sometimes just like mounting like a big fat chocobo and just walking somewhere, which often got like a huge train of people joining because it was silly. He usually started in somewhere obvious where people could see it. Hey Chris, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. I'm here for the walk. What charity are we raising money for with this walk? There's no charity involved. We're just walking. Because it's funny. Actually, interesting with that, Raki. I decided today to flip the order of the zones I did. I could, like, obviously, because there's a start and an end, I could have started in the opposite end and then ended, like, around Yangsha. But I decided to start in Gangos instead of finishing with Gangos. walking anywhere specific. Yeah, we are walking somewhere specific, but I want to make it a surprise where we're going. That's why, like, I keep, like, a few zones. You can see a few zones ahead up here. See where we're going. But the final zone is hidden. Oh, look, it's Ching! Yeah, there's no special charity happening. We're just and we're just kind of walking to celebrate the silliness that is April 1st. Also, it's been a while, Robert. Glad to see you. And because of the OCE data center travel that is available for everyone right now, anyone watching the stream who has a character, basically, if you see me in a zone that you have access to, you can see me. Like, you can just go through Ravana, Materia, and join. You could have had a macro that just says long walk and save for whenever you walk past a rando. I could, but I feel like the group walking here, I can't invite more people. Do you know Yangsha? I was actually thinking that I was going to see if we can make like a party finder group or something. Yeah, exactly. Ogni said the exact same thing in game. But I do. Oh, this is amazing. This is perfect. Let's see. Form a private party. Thank you, thank you. See, here we can have 48. I don't know if you can actually see each other on it, or you can. I guess you'd be able to use Alliance chat, or you could do this. Right. So remember, the password is 3939. Just go here. And then you can just join. Everyone can join. Some people don't have... Oh, right. That would make that a problem. Let me see. I'll do it in the next zone. That is a very good point, Emir. It wouldn't work because people would have to have it, right? The Lubrum Regine Savage is actually a thing that happens in Gangos. Why is it locked? I have to disband. And then change to... I don't know, Labyrinth of the Ancients. Form private party, like this. Yeah. Thank you, Cranberry. I almost forgot myself. Like, wait a minute. I think I forgot something. By the way, again, we're going up here and then over to swim the shortest possible distance. Now it should work. Password is 3939. You just join. You join wherever you want, whatever you want. And then we can all be in a big group. Yeah, so Yangsha took around, I guess, around 16 minutes. Also, hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. And Yops. Now this is content. I think this is where we have... actually, wait a minute. We jumped from here. I'm good as well, Lexi. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. We have to swim here. This is the part where you have to swim, which is why I was like, well, this is the shortest swim. Whee! You swim slowly. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted membership, Chris. I hope you enjoy the emotes, Robert. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yes, exactly, Gazel. That is actually the reason why we're going over there. The alternative would be to go all the way over here, then swim over here, then all the way down to like here, swim over, all the way down here, and then swim. Yeah, you know, Punchcat, I actually went exactly here in my testing earlier to see if you could, like, I spoke with the guy, like, on the harbor here, and he's not here to help. He does not care. He's not willing to help at all, so... Very sad. That's why we're swimming. And yes, we are on Ravana Materia, so if you have access to the zones we are in, then you can just, like, you can join the parade. Oh, Zip is over there. Also, hey, Zoalization. Hope you're doing well. And Vicels. By the way, here's a tip. I guess some streamers would just hide this because it's information you can just remove it if they don't want to share it. But by default, it says up here where you are, like which world you are on, like up in the top right. Look at this chonker. He big. He is big. Castle says, shake my head. Some new players might not even have reached LOTA. Oh. There's I remembered as I was looking at the options. That was when I remembered that DRS requires 48 members. But I don't think there's any other options we could use to make a bigger alliance. But yeah, this is what we're doing. So with that said, as I said a little bit earlier, if there's anything you all want to talk about, feel free to ask the questions. It doesn't have to be about the walk. Case in point about something to talk about. Oh, there was a Fate that died there. Remember that tomorrow... Well, first of all, tomorrow there's like a few hours of maintenance. So keep that in mind. That actually also means that we have a time limit. I believe the time limit is like 3 in the middle of the night or something. So about that blitzball game last night. Ah, yes. But tomorrow, the Final Fantasy 16 event is starting. As far as we know, based on like people looking into it and stuff, there's a quest, and the quest, to my understanding, gives the outfit, the mount, and the minion. The rest, I don't know why I'm taking this way around, but now we are. The rest should come from MGP in presumably the Gold Saucer, and there's like 10 Orchestrion rolls or something. It's quite wild. And I think I heard that it costs a combined like 400,000 MGP, so if you don't have that, well, you should probably do something like the fashion report as soon as you can, right? What boots do you use for long walks? In this particular case, our our hero is wearing Gleaner's long boots. Normally, I just use my actual shoes in real life. From my understanding, Vic, these kinds of things disappear once the event is over. As in, gone. Svana here is like, what is happening here? The password is 3939. The Final Fantasy 13 event. Was there such a thing? But yeah, the 15 event was like, once it's over, you can't buy the car anymore and things like that. We are quite a lot of people. So... yeah, wait, I missed the guy. I thought I had to get further out on the harbor. It's just that guy, I'm pretty sure. Zakazuki. I believe there's one more place we have to swim, and that's now. Not the most effective that he's facing us away from the sea. We have to go over there. Is there like a staircase or something, or do we have to swim all the way around? I don't remember. Speedrun ruined. Yeah. No! Time loss. Yeah. I'm interested to see how long the zones take. But I'm not entirely viewing this as a speed run. I should suggest a reset. It looks like there's stairs over there, like right there. So we just go straight through. Girahim says, so for April Fools, I've joined with my NA alt. That's the spirit. Yeah, Bonja, it is quite funny. I don't know if the reason why there's a cloud of people behind me is because it's easier to follow me if they're not on me, or if it's because on everyone else's screen I'm like 5 meters further back because of how like latency works. I'm guessing that that's the reason. Yeah, I assumed as much, Malice. That's the thing, is that on my screen, I'm further ahead than I am for everyone else. And everyone else is further back because of, like, I see where I am, like, for me and for you, like, your location. I have to, like, it has to go to the server and then back again. So that's why, like, for all of you, you're probably way closer to me. Right. Ferry skipper. Yes, we would like to travel to Limsa Lominsa. More of your gil is spent. Next step, we have to get to the airship landing. When are we going to walk to the top of Kugane Tower? I don't think you can do that. Thank you, Cranberry. I did remember the split. The airship landing is in upper decks. I thought you only used boat. Boat and airships. Did I forget to also mention airships? I did mean both. Caetsu says who did mention airships and boats. Excellent. Yeah, the rule is mainly we can't use aetherites or ether shards. We have to walk through all of Limsa to get to the airship landing. And we started in, as far as I could see, one of the furthest outreaches of the game in terms of like zones to walk through. And we will end in such a place as well. You might have a... You can be surprised. You can choose to not look this up and choose to be just surprised. But if you really, really need to know where we end, there is a thread on the community Discord server where we talked about the longest walk. And, well, I used information from that. So you could probably just deduce where we're going. The closer we get. You can actually see where we're going. You can see that the two next destinations might give you a huge hint as to where we're going, because we're obviously not going to Sharlayan. Also, hi Isa, hope you're doing well. And Patrick. And Zip. When I was checking this, I actually went to Xanthale, and he was like, you probably need to talk with Griefer instead. Airship. Split. And then we go to Gridania. And I think by now you can already see, you might already be able to deduce where we're going. Because we're quickly running out of side paths we could go. People watching the parade of walkers are going to be so confused. Absolutely. Ardell says, I didn't deactivate the transport cutscene. Actually, I got the transport cutscene when I tested this like earlier today. There's a possibility you got the transport cutscene because you haven't used that transport ever before. Myself says, never thought about that. People who manage Kogane's tower always wondering why a lot of warriors of light are climbing their establishment and failing miserably. You know, they might not be wondering so much, because you have to remember there's all those planks specifically for climbing the tower. Pray return to the waking sands. Hey Shakespeare, not exactly walking the entire every inch of Eorzea, but we're walking a very long walk. Let's see how long there's left when we reach our final destination. If we have enough time left, I have an idea of where we go next. Punchcat says, just yesterday I was struck with how useless the Thavnair airship staff must feel. You know the weirdest part about that? Is as far as I know, you can pay to go from Thavnair to, I think, Sharlayan and any of the like starting major cities, but I'm pretty sure you can't pay to go to Thavnair from them. Patrick says, what spurred this hike? April 1st. And a little discussion we had on Discord like a few weeks ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you try to use an airship from Gridania, Limsa, or Uldar, the one place it will not offer you to go is Thavnair. But if you go to the Thavnair airship landing, you can go to them. I don't know why it's only one way, but indeed, that would make that incredibly useless, wouldn't it? Erdal has overtaken us! And remember, we don't go all the way out on the docks. It's this guy. It's this guy here. The first one. And this guy doesn't even take money for it. And then we just continue the next. As you can see, we go to the fringes and the peaks. I'm actually surprised we're already this far. I was expecting this to take, like, hours. I guess the game isn't as big as we thought it was. Or maybe it is, because I don't know if we're halfway yet. And also, by the way, ISO, I would find it incredibly hilarious if it suddenly came out that other people started doing this walk. Your current says this is Ravana Materia. Yes, we are on Ravana, on Materia, on OCE. If you want to visit and join us, simply log out to your character select, right-click your character name over on the right, choose Data Center Travel, and then choose Materia, then choose Ravana. If you have never connected to the OCE data center before, it will tell you that you have to do that first. If it does, all you have to do is log out all the way to the menu, choose Data Centers, go to Materia, log in so that it puts you in the character select, and once you have seen the character select, you go all the way back, connect to your original data center, and then do the data center travel thing again. And then you will be able to connect. Not like, there's something there. There's probably a logical reasoning, but you have to do that. You're also eating every 30 minutes for more simulation. No. We're walking. We're walking here. If I did eat every 30 minutes, then I missed it. I have a feeling this will take about an hour. Are we making like a line? We no longer have the blob. It's I don't want to dictate how this is done. I'm walking, and you can all do what you like as a result. Fortunately, because we're in an alliance, you can all use your walkie-talkies to talk. Hey, Parser. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that is a good point. That is actually a good point. This is not a speed run. This is a slow walk. That's really good. Yes, correct. I guess that would be what it would have to be, right? The new category of gaming. Slow walking. What is that? It's doing something really simple. Like, in the most efficient way possible, perhaps, but slowly. What? Don't think too hard on it. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, as I was talking about earlier, back in the Ruby Sea, think about how long we made it. We were in the Ruby Sea only a little bit ago. Once we get to once the patch comes tomorrow, you will be able to do the Final Fantasy 16 event, do the quest, and buy the Orchestrion rolls. That's it. That's the event over. It wouldn't surprise me if you make a new category of speedrun. This would be the silliest speedrun ever if people actually did this. It would absolutely be ludicrously silly. Okay, the Magi says, so this is a casual stroll from Gridania to the edge of reality, I guess. I mean, we started in Gangos. And edge of reality... Well, let's see how long it takes us to get to our destination. And then we'll see if edge of reality happens as well. Wow, a Lalafell! Because I don't know how long this will take. And I started this being like, oh well, I hope it doesn't take more than 3 hours. How do we speedrun a slow run? Well, the way you would speedrun a run like this is you would make strict rules. Kind of, I just told that Lalafell to come to your area. Ah! The way you would do that, you'd make strict rules, like if you say you have to walk the entire way, you can use airships and boats, you have to start from here and here, you have to take, like, you have to walk on ground as much as possible and things like that. You could also specify to, like, make it as clean as possible. But now we're in the fringes. But there's a possibility if people did like speedruns of it, they'd just be like, well, obviously it's faster to walk. There would also be like, you can't use peloton, you can't use sprint. Like, you could make rules like that. Imagine there's a marching band of Lalafells following. But yeah, like, you could have a speedrun category of this. All of the marching band going wah, just a cacophony of wah. But you could make something like that. I could imagine that there would be like more loose rules, like saying, well, you don't have to take it like on ground the entire way. If you think it's faster to swim over a lake, go for it. But it might not be. That would be something that could be done. Yeah, I have a feeling that there will be players that simply can't join us for the entire walk. That's also why... that's actually part of the reason why I flipped the order so that more people had an opportunity to join for the earlier parts of the walk. But yeah, by the way, here's a funny little thing. I have never used a live split before, which is like the speedrunning thing up there. So I had to figure out how to do that earlier today. And set this up. That's also why it looks very basic. It's the default design. And I just removed some things we didn't need. And then just added the splits that I wanted. And that's it. But now I have it. So maybe we can do something silly with the live split in the future. Maybe one day we'll figure out how long it actually takes me between duties when we do daily hangout stream. Speedrun daily hangout stream. Oh yeah, so how do you manage to spend 60 minutes on level 90 dungeons? Oh, because I spent 50 of them not doing the duty, you see. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. How's the walk going? Well, I feel like we're further along than I expected. I was expecting this to take way longer. But come to think of it, East Shroud is not that big. Yangsha is really big, which is why it took us like 15 minutes. And the only reason my Ruby Sea didn't take that long was because we could take a voyage to skip like half the zone. And then we had a bunch of like instant teleports. So we'll see. We'll see how long it takes now that we have gotten to the longer zones. Buchanan says, there was a video on YouTube that was just people progging P10S while walking. Oh, man. Oh, boy. That sounds like fun. That's like when we were spamming Bottom's Metal to level Dark Knight on Small Kai a while back. And to make it more interesting, every time we got the second boss, I toggled walk and did the mechanic exclusively walking and backpedaling. And now you might be wondering why backpedaling. Backpedaling is actually faster than walking. We also used sprint to like backpedal faster, which is the reason why I know that sprint actually increases all movement. Ocni says, keep the split saved in case this walk gets repeated so you can compare against this world record run. I imagine once Dawn Trail comes out. Well, I don't know for sure. There's a possibility that they don't actually make a bigger path, but it wouldn't surprise me if Dawn Trail would result in an even longer path. They weren't able to get past Bonds 1. Well, given that people immediately went, how would they do Bonds while RP walking? I guess that makes it that clear. Orion says, clearly people will be able to beat the split time by backpedaling through the tree. Yeah, exactly. If you backpedaled this entire path, you would be able to do it. Which, again, would also mean that one way you could make this... if we imagined this as a speedrun category, it would also make sense to, like... Why was I in this menu? Oh, why was I in this menu? What? You could make it a rule that you have to use legacy type, because then you can't backpedal. Well, you can't really backpedal very easily. Or you could also just make it a rule that backpedaling is not allowed. Like, just, go, no peloton, no sprint, no backpedaling. Only walking. This is the Hollow Knight low % true ending of Final Fantasy XIV. No innovations make the time shorter. No ninja? Yeah, exactly. That would give 10%. You could just go only gatherer jobs if you want to be super strict. You're not fighting anything anyway. 2 categories. Oh, you mean backpedaling and not backpedaling? Liv says, that reminds me that I still have to test if backpedaling triggers sound aggro. I would guess it does, but I've actually never tested. That is an interesting question. That would actually be really easy to test, I think. If you walk in front of something, in like any mob that is known to be blind, like for example an Aurum Vale, sync down, go in, walk in front of it, see that you're not getting aggro, and then, backpedal right then and there and see what happens. You could also test with Sleeping Dragon's Eureka, I suppose. It is mainly that if it doesn't work in Eureka, you'll lose XP. In Aurum Vale, well, you might die if you're synced. But you could also just go as Blue Mage. Then you can just go Ram's Voice, Ultra Vibration if you get their attention. Hey, Warcraft Traveler, hope you're doing well. Here's an interesting little detail. This zone, which is where we're going next, the path from left to right and right to left is actually very different. From left to right, I know there's a little bit of a sneak peek, but from left to right, you kind of have to follow along this like upper path here, and you have to go through here and then through down here. from right to left, you can go through this entire hole and just jump down. There's like a rocky staircase here that you can just jump down, but you can't go up it. That is the entire reason why, like, you had to make it through all of this in the MSQ. Keelosaurus says you could have done boat only and said, I suppose we could have done that, but I decided to say airship because we're going to use an airship here. We're going to use an airship anyway, Keelosaurus, but interesting idea. That would be a way to, like, make a different path. Maybe we'll try that at a different time. Boats only. But then I'd have to figure out what the longest path there is. But you could do that. Also, I hope you're doing well, Keelosaurus. Final Fantasy 14 Moonwalker. Backpedaling through the dungeons, telling them about someone named Billie Jean. It's a very, 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 very long path. But yeah, we could do that, like, separately. That's also an idea. If the rule was only boats, then it would be a completely different path. But I've kind of, like, the main restriction I've set was no aetherites and no ether shards. Specifically because then it starts getting complicated, like, oh, but what if the zone isn't accessible without an airship? Or what if you need to do this or that? So that's kind of where we're at because of that. Speaking of, well, I'll get to that question when we're closer, I think. But there is a point where I think I'm not 100% sure if we actually need to use, like, a fast travel method. But I couldn't really find a different path forward. But maybe someone else can, or someone else knows. It'll make sense when we get there. And I imagine some people already know where our final destination is. Someone should down-tempo the Twinnings music for this. A long fall shall become a long walk. Well, isn't that just the Crystal Tower theme? I'm pretty sure that is the Crystal Tower theme. If you down-tempo a long fall. Where are you traveling to? We started in Gangos, and we're essentially working our way to wherever, as far as I know, is the furthest away from Gangos on foot. Although we are using boats and airships and such. That's fitting given the party finder duty. I suppose we have set it to Labyrinth of the Ancients, right? I just want to highlight for a moment the comedy that is the fact that I'm pretty sure this is the stream on this channel that has had the most concurrent viewers. On the channel. So that's fun. I guess I should make really silly stream objectives more. If that's what we're doing. It's the mystery. Say Bodhi, hope you're doing well, and Krakenmo. It's the mystery, you want to know where the walk ends. Well, if that's what means you're all here, then that explains why. That gives a good reason why I didn't show the entire path in the speedrun list immediately. Are you ready? And split. See. How long until you cross paths with the Fellowship just walking into Mordor? Isn't that the thing you don't do? Wasn't there something about that? I'm pretty sure that there was something about one doesn't do that. Should have gone as Black Mage and cast Fire 3 on every ad you come across while RP walking. That would have made this run a lot longer. A lot longer. Also, hey Katon, hope you're doing well. And Mesocopium. There's a lot of people, actually. Remember, we do have an alliance raid in the party finder, and the password is 3939. Wow! Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, Emir. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're making it rain? Hope you all enjoy the emotes and the gem next to your name. Thank you so much, Emir. I really do appreciate it. Traverse says, I feel like I'm watching Forrest Gump during his run, but walking this time. Emir says, my laugh did show up in the overlay. What? Hmm? Huh? I don't understand. Didn't it... it looked... When did you send it? Because I don't even see the laugh in the live chat. I don't know why it didn't do that. Is that... I remember there was that thing where sometimes it just eats your message or something. Now it appeared. I couldn't actually see it in the... Like, I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if it had appeared in the live chat, but it didn't appear. Now it appeared. That sounds about right, Traverse. It means as the first one was capitalized. That might be the reason. I think like YouTube, like the stream system has like an auto filter of some sort where certain things it just doesn't allow through. In fact, if it doesn't appear in the overlay, but you see people responding to it anyway, that's because it didn't appear in the top chat window. Because I can set it to live chat in like the actual YouTube stream system, but the overlay, I don't know how, if there's a way for me to set it to live chat. So if it doesn't appear over there, but it appears over there, but it does appear in the live chat that you can see next to the stream, then it's because YouTube didn't deem it top chat worthy. If people just completely ignore your comment, there's a chance that it didn't even make it through live chat. But for some reason, if they don't let it through to the live chat, I guess it doesn't tell you that. And I think one of the things that they'll block is like all caps messages and such. Alright, Ocney. Enjoy your day. Traverse said, I feel like I'm watching Forrest Gump during his run, but walking this time. And yeah, in Forrest Gump, where he's just running and running, and people are just joining the run, and then at some point he's just like, I don't feel like running anymore. And all the people behind it is like, what do we do now? Well, apparently that one was okay, Mia. I don't know how this works, it turns out. I think maybe they just stopped hiding your messages because they know you're onto them. Oh, they noticed! Quick! Skedaddle time! No, that doesn't sound great, Traverse. Like, wait, like website grid? This music sounds very, very aggressive in a way, considering we're just walking through. Oh, that doesn't sound like fun, Traverse. Hey, Tsugaoki. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, I am technically playing the game. And we have a destination. I'm not just walking all willy-nilly. Hey, Fila, if you're hungry, what you could do is you could set follow on someone. You just have to come back whenever we change zone. You could also just well, I guess there is something special about joining the walking once you're walking. The follow changes even through... Really? So if someone teleports into the next zone, your character follows them into it and then keeps following? Huh, I didn't know that. They walk across the border. I see. I personally, I hardly ever used follow myself, so I have no idea. Oh yeah, gatekeepers would be more difficult to deal with. Look! It's Krakenmo! Remember, we have an alliance raid you can join. It's the only private one on Ravana at the moment. The password is 3939. Edored says, I use a follow macro for hunt trains. Wait, what does a follow macro do? Like you follow a random person? Also, the fringes took around 14 minutes. It looks like the peaks will take like 11. You follow the conductor. I couldn't imagine you do that either, Lexi. Like, I suppose I haven't done enough hunts that I would be like, oh, I'll just follow someone who'll get there. Like, I'm usually, when I'm doing hunts like that, I'm usually quite like up on making sure that I'm keeping up myself. Hey, Stickman and Fatman and Jeff. Hope you're all doing very well. Stickman says, just got here, where are we going? You can see up in the speedrun menu, you can see where we're going. Up in the live split. That is not the final destination, but soon you can see it. But we're just walking. A long walk. Given how much time it's taken, I think we'll probably like add more to it when we reach the destination. Although, given how far out into a corner we're going, we will have to backtrack a lot as a result. Traverse says, could have made the password 69, 69. Missed opportunity there. Oh, no, I actually, that would have been nice. But 39 is like a Hatsune Miku thing. So it was a joke. That guy demonstrating the award-winning expansion, Endwalker. Yeah, we're walking from end to end. Jeff says, you got me curious, and I'm guessing, was it Liv that brought it up? So I tested it real quick. Eureka sleepy dragons do not aggro from backpedaling. So apparently backpedaling counts as walking. Well, now we have now discovered a way to optimize sneaking through the first room in Autumn Vale. Just backpedal through it. I think. Maybe. And see, Fatman says, so is this walk going from the bottom of Thanalan up through where the splits currently say and finally to the other end of the moon? If so, I haven't even bothered to fly that path. Oh, we started in Gangos. Because the stipulation was we chose like 2 outer ends of the game, and airships and boats are allowed. So, and there's no reason to make the path any longer than it needs to be. Like, we chose 2 paths really far from each other and then figured out what the shortest path to them were. So we looked for the longest, shortest path, you could say. But your suggestion would be extremely far as well, I think. Your poor character must be dehydrated walking through the desert. Well, at least she packed extra shoes. How far back is the back of the line? Authentic Australian DC experience. How are we going to walk to Ultima Thule from Gangos? We're not going to Ultima Thule, but that's exactly the reason why boats and airships and such are allowed. We have taken, when we were in Ruby Sea, we took the boat from the north end of the zone to the south end of the zone. That's why Ruby Sea took surprisingly little time. Meanwhile, Yangsha took like 16 minutes. Look at the Magi says, unless there's a travel point I missed, I think I can guess the final destination now. Where do you think the final destination is? It also just occurred to me that I think I messed up my pathing. Maybe not. Wait, no, I have not messed it up. I can at least fix it. Think. We have to go here. Wait, where is the backline? Are you still in the peaks? Are you still in the peaks? Yep, that sounds about right. Look at the Magi. I don't think there's any way you can go from Mare Lamentorum other than Garlemald. You're just about to enter the locks. Wow, we have a worm going from here to here of people. That is actually insane. Hey Catch, and hey Arya, hope you're both doing well. It looks like your guess was so incredibly good that the chat overlay crashed. Look at the budgie. Nice catch. So this has become a very long walk to the club. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Did you know you can sprint while walking? Yes. Sprint, any movement speed increases actually also increase your movement speed while walking. This is actually crucial information if you want to beat the second boss in Bottom's Middle while RP walk is turned on. You have to backpedal for a specific bit, and you need sprint while backpedaling to actually make it. And I know that because I did it. Yeah, indeed, crucial information. Not in charge says, this is the walk my dad would make every day to school. Yep. All the way through the east, across the sea, across the world, in through a desert, to the moon, through the icy peaks or the icy snowy lands of Garlemald, to the moon, and then he's at school. Uphill both ways, yep. Euro says unrelated, but do you think Viper will be less busy ninja like how Paladin is to Gunbreaker? That is an excellent question. I have no idea what we can expect from Viper. If I remember correctly, what they said was that it was going to have like a bunch of OGCDs. So what I think Viper might be more like is just like based on what I know, my best guess is that Viper might be like relatively high pace, just like Ninja, but in a different way. Where Ninja is like ridiculously high pace and busy because of, you know, mudras, you have like play your, like do your hand signs. Viper might just have a lot of OGCDs. Maybe they have to weave something regularly. Wow. I'm guessing the backline is like here now? That is ridiculous. So more like, yeah, maybe more like Dark Knight. That sounds possible. One way they could do this, so like here's the thing. If we already know, and the developers obviously already know that you're going to use your cooldowns on cooldown, if they want a job to have like regular busyness rather than just a lot of stuff happening in the burst, they have to give them like OGCD options or GCD options like cooldowns even, or things to maintain that have to be maintained more regularly than every minute. Like, for example, Bard is a more active job all the time because they get Bloodletters every 15 seconds. They get Imperial Arrow every 15 seconds. So they have a lot of stuff to do all the time. Whereas Dancer, I mean, once you have 3 feathers, every time you get a 4th one, you do potentially a double weave. But that makes Dancer feel, in my opinion, a lot less busy than Bard. Machinist also has the Gauss Round and Ricochet stuff, but specifically because Gauss Round and Ricochet can be stocked with charges, and they have 30-second cooldowns, they usually come in bursts during hypercharge, which makes it feel more like it's busy in bursts, a little bit like how Ninja is. So if they want Viper to feel... Yeah, I'm just spitballing here, right? I got the impression. Oh, my party recruitment will end in 5 minutes. Oh. I'll just have to start a new one then. But if they want to make Viper like feel more active all the time than a ninja, they would have to give it more short cooldowns that it has to like deal with all the time. Maybe more short buffs. Like maybe they give Viper like a 15 or 20 second damage buff, a little bit like Monk has, so that you have to like do this combo regularly to maintain it. There's a lot of possibility, but I at least did not get the impression that Viper was going to be a slow one. My best guess to that is that there's a possibility that, like, because it has, like, the two modes, we don't know yet if the modes are, like, well, you use the dual blades, and then you go into, like, a burst stance akin to, like, Reaper in Shroud, and that's where you use the glaive. And if that's the case, then, well, who knows? But if it's more like two different states and your actual burst mode is the one we get like the blue aura we've seen, then it's possible that the dual blades is like, oh, there's a lot of OGCDs to weave, and maybe you weave all those and then you switch to the glaive to do some stuff, and you can't access your OGCDs while you're in the glaive mode, so you play a little bit slower while you're using the glaive. Like, there's a huge amount of possibility, and at the moment, we don't know. We don't know what it'll be. And there's a possibility we'll know more when we get, like, job action trailer stuff. Maybe. Speedrun RP walking. Well, it's not exactly speedrunning. It was, interestingly, I was curious how long it would take. And putting it in live split allows me to also give you a preview of where we're going next, which for some of you might be helpful if you're like, well, I can't make it to where they are right now, but I can catch up to them later. They should just give every attack continuation. Ymir, have you turned into Sip? What's going on here? Are you actually... Sip, have you been Ymir all along? Is Ymir and Sip two Lalafels in a trench coat? Because I'm pretty sure you've both said this. Oh, I hope my my sharp turn there doesn't break the train. Ymir says I'm a gunbreaker main. I know that, but Ymir, Sip isn't. And he also wants everyone to have continuation. Which is what makes this so weird. Arya says, so if you want to press as many buttons as possible, play Bard then. Bard is a good one for that, yeah. I don't know if it's the most spammy of all jobs. Like, Machinist might be a bit more spammy. But Bard is definitely up there, and it's definitely a good option if you just want to press a lot of buttons all the time. Be careful, that turn was way too much. Like, I just turned like a sharp turn like this, and you just hear like Initial D playing, like gas, gas, gas. And now we all have to click the button. Running in the 90s. Let's see. This is actually an area where I always get lost. So I had to like go here and like check a path. I'm pretty sure we turn left here. I'm pretty sure. Guy takes a sharp turn and then you just hear horrific train crash sounds from behind. Like, miles in the back. Like, something just breaks. Hey, Moose. Hope you're doing well. Everybody's supersonic racing. And it's like this. Oh. Oh. What if I, reposted my recruitment. How about that? What are you gonna do about that then? Multiple Wilhelm screams in the back. Oh! Yeah, Krakenmo says, I played PvP for a while. I'm not as against continuation buttons as I used to be, but the tooltips will need to be better than PvP's tooltips. Really? Well, PvP's tooltips are really, like, concentrated. Oscar says, free company mate in Mare just asked for a raise. Told them we're on the way. They'll have to wait a long time. It's the Ironworks pilot we have to talk with, everyone. Split! I'm guessing that we lose a lot of people here. Because we jumped from Stormblood accessible area to Endwalker accessible area. Bob over here just decimating the wildlife as we approach. You know, if that friend, Oscar, actually waits for us, then they're going to have a... Then I'm looking forward to, like, in like 15 minutes or so, they're like, are you on the way or what? And we're just like, yes? We're walking? We're on the way. Like, relax. Let's see. We have to pass through there, specifically. We have to pass through here. Optimizing path. I am surprised that like we did talk about earlier on the on this walk that it would be interesting how many people like end up being confused by the parade walking through. I think we've had one person be surprised about it. Wow, there's 3 extremes in a row on roulette. That's impressive. So far, my record on the record that I'm keeping track of for mental roulettes is 19 4-man duties with no extremes included. And by extremes, of course, it's only 4-man duties and no Rathalos. Hey, you! You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? There were a handful of randoms who joined for a bit. Oh, I didn't even notice. That's the weakness of me being in the front. It's a bear. See, this is the part where it's very convenient to be in a gatherer job, because I can walk past these and they don't say a thing. I believe they have to be level 94, actually 95, to actually care. Catch says, I have a dungeon group with nothing but Hrothgar, and they're all speaking Nyan speak. Interesting. There are some interesting Hrothgars in the world, definitely. But yeah, the alternative, if you don't have a high level gatherer, is of course to just kill everything on your way. That is the alternative. It's more fun to power walk over everything. Well, I wasn't sure if people were going to join me. As I said back when we were in Yangsha, I said that I was originally thinking, should I just go with like a combat job and just hope that people clear the way for me? But then I remembered that gatherers can just like cheese it. The Rothgars are finally going to be able to be straight in Dawn Trail. I suppose so, yeah. Well, they didn't have to. They didn't need female Rothgars to be straight. They could have just gone like, oh no, I have a girlfriend. She goes to a different school, one you've never heard of. Or they could just go, well, I'm into other races, so whatever. Able to be, yes. Will be. Stickman says, what's ninja's sneak speed compared to walk? Oh, ninja would walk slower. Because, well, I think, actually, maybe they would be faster. I'm not 100% sure. I've never tested. For some reason, I was thinking ninja using hide and also walk, because that would actually cause you to walk even slower. So if we really, really wanted to make this silly, we would have to go ninja and use hide. I have a girlfriend in Tyrol. She's real, no cap. She's in another expansion, though. You wouldn't know her. It's really good. Male Roth looking at female Makoto like, we're all cats here. Close enough, right? I've never noticed how the player, at least my player character, walks in such a straight, perfect line with their footsteps. Quite incredible. So, where we have to aim for here, because there's a wall here, and we have to go in here, and like in here, somewhere like this. To actually get inside. Immersion ruined. What? You don't walk like this perfect linearly? I don't normally. A Morosco. Liv says, reporting in, backpedaling does not activate sound aggro enemies. Just in general. Yeah, Jeff said that they observed the same thing with the dragons. I don't know if you heard. Jeff Shackleford said a little bit ago that they went and checked because you piqued their curiosity. Nice. Why no, drinking I haven't been, officer. Wow. Is that a line of people, or are you just are you disconnected from the group, Fila? Oh, look. How civilized. Look at those bullies. They're not even in the correct, like they're not riding they're not driving correctly. Alright, Emir. Thank you for coming. That is okay. No. What I'm saying, Oscar, is that the motorcycle things there weren't even facing like they were just placed in the middle of the road. Like they're going to face like sideways. Pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to do it. Into the Nethergate. I decided there was no need for a split for this one specifically. It looks like this one is one where you can't see other players. Quick Tower of Babel run. That is interesting. So here's the zone I mentioned like 20 minutes ago, I think. Is there a way to walk to here? Because I'm pretty sure the only way you can do it is walk to here and then fly. With the dog fast lane. I'm pretty sure that's the only option. But if there is a way to actually, like, because you can see here, there is a path there, so you can get to the Searing Brand, but there's closed, and there's like just a ridge there, so there's no way to go over to this side, right? So if it's not possible, then then it has to be the doggo. Hey, watch out! Hope you're doing well. And I think that is the only option we have. Like my planned path specifically included the dog because of this observation. I seem to recall when we were collecting ether currents on a small Kai that we also had to like do that. Like make this path down here to like look for stuff, and we couldn't come from this side. Hey Margaret, hope you're doing well. Where are we walking to? Well, we're walking to Bestway Burrows, as you can see. Malkorok Galakran. That sounds like a WoW-inspired name. It does sound like no one else knows a hidden trick. So yeah, exactly, Stickman. It has to count as an airship. That's the best we have. And again, that is again the reason why I was like, boats and airships. As long as it's not an aetherite, I'm good. We have to leave the crystals for small Kai to eat. Hey, Flaming Jockeys, hope you're doing well. I'm guessing you are Malkorok. It's basically two WoW names smashed together. Yeah, Malkorok, the 9th boss in Siege of Orgrimmar, I believe, was Galakran the 5th boss? The Proto-Drake? I mean, Rigadons are probably the closest you get to, like, orcs in Final Fantasy XIV that are playable. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. I had expected this to take longer. And this zone alone would have taken way longer if not for this being necessary. The interesting part is, with the time this has taken, I think I'll go for another path before we call the journey ended. So we'll probably pass back through all the stuff we did, which means that I will be able to show you the reverse route through some of these zones, or at least an option for reverse route. I'm pretty sure that if you wanted to exit Mare Lamentorum, you could like down this way. Galacrond was the very, very bis Drake. That's big. Oh, right. I mean, very bis also matches. It's the best in slot Drake. Exactly, Monolithic Moon. Very, very, very apt name. Walk from Mare to Ultima Thule. That was what I was thinking. Although I wouldn't have splits for that. So there we would just have to walk without the timer. Yeah, that's Idrid says, for the first time I can see the start of the train. Oh yes, the 5th boss in Siege of Orgrimmar was called Galacras, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was called Galacras. It was also a proto-drake, and I believe Galacrond was also a proto... Like, it also had the shape of a proto-drake. Oh, welcome back, Bronto. Yeah, we're still going. I'm actually here thinking this walk wasn't long enough. We'll probably have to extend it. But we have to reach the destination first. Take a little pause and then turn around and then find somewhere else to walk. Yeah, Malkorok. That was a boss I fought a lot. I raided quite a lot in Mists of Pandaria. I actually raided Siege of Orgrimmar from it was originally put into the game until Warlords of Draenor. So I actually fought Malkorok like almost every week for over a year. And Galacras. After clubbing, visit the coffee shop. Yeah, actually, this is perfect. This is almost like we're trekking over to the party club, and then we go over and find a coffee shop on the third end of the world. 1 year of Siege of Orgrimmar was too much? Yeah, I see what you mean. It definitely was a bit much. Cat says, update on that silly group I was in. I noticed about 2 minutes later that they, the group of Frostguards, were all dressed like surfer dudes, and suddenly they started all talking in surfer dude bro nyan talk. That is a combination I never expected. Dude bro nyan, a surfer dude bro nyan talk. I wonder how they came up with that. Warcraft Traveler adds, I am on the moon, and as far as I can tell, you cannot go from the east-northeast part to the northern part. Thank you. Part of the reason why I wasn't sure is because, like, for example, here you see there's the path there, and that actually leads around here, over here, and then out. And you still have to go this way around. So It wouldn't surprise me if there was like, oh well, you go over this and then over here there's like a hole in the ground. If you go there, you can go through down here and then you end up here somehow. Like, I just didn't want to rule out the possibility that I couldn't, like, I wasn't smart enough to realize there was a path. Yeah, exactly. Searing brand is the end. That's a good point, Traverse. By making it so that you couldn't possibly walk there, the only way to get there is when you're supposed to in the story. Yeah, and Stickman said the same thing. Oh. You're getting smacked by a Luna Tender. Whap! Look! It does it for us. Didn't I do it for you? And let the Luna Tender walk with you. The scary part of the Luna Tenders is that I'm pretty sure they have like 100,000 needles or something weird like that. Maybe 10,000 needles. Also, apparently the dog ate my backpack. Just... Maybe it's carrying it for me. Let me do it for you. What was the point of that fade out? It just, you reach destination, then it fades to black, and then fades in again. You're like, and here you are. We walking past the FC mate. Wait, where? At the dock landing. Did we? Well, we didn't know what your FC mate's name was, so we couldn't possibly have known. So they don't have to animate you getting off the dog's back. They didn't have to animate me getting on the dog's back. They just went, and then when I was on it, so whatever, right? Originally, I had actually planned to go all the way up here, but it's more fun to end in the party house. There's a cutscene where you get off the dog's back the first time, no? Can't remember. But that's a cutscene. For those that never knew where this particular song came from, here it is. Well, of course, we're going to the dance floor. Where else would we go? Flaming Juggy says, how have I never seen this room before? This room is unlocked and produced by you doing the Loprits storyline, which means there's a possibility some people can't actually enter now that I come to think of it. The Loprits tribe storyline. This one. It was a broom closet. And then they were like, do we need the broom closet? And that's how the story began. I'm pretty sure this... Isn't this... I'm pretty sure this is the crafter one, Zav. Right. I think what we will do... Bob says, I can enter, but there's no party on my screen. This must be really weird. You see on my screen, there's just party house. And then on your screen, it's just... Oh. Back to my screen. Woohoo! And then your screen. Oh. But yeah, I guess what we will do is I'll be right back, and then we will walk to, I guess, Ultima Thule. Maybe we did get heat stroke. I think that's the plan. With that, I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Misogopium says, how do you get the Loprits dance? You have to max out Loprits, Omicrons, and Arcosodara. Then there will be a final quest line you can do, and that one rewards the Lophop dance. But you have to max out all three, and Arcosodara is combat, Omicrons is gatherers, and Loprits is crafters, so you need a level 90 of each to make this work. Should I take some time to fix live split so that we can have a time tracker for this round 2 run? Or do we just do nothing? I feel like I would rather fix it than we walk to the first. I think we will walk to Ultima Thule. How about we just, I think we'll just have to freeze dive it. So that means no more time splits. Walk on the first doesn't sound bad if you need to extend it enough. Well, The thing is that the first is like you have to get to Modona, and then you get to the first, and then pretty much the longest you can go is like the corner of the Tempest. So that's kind of the thing, is that I know a way to like make that path longer than that, which is why we're going to Ultima Thule instead. So I think that's what we will do. You all had enough drinks? Apparently Chink died. Bleb. Good to hear. Well, the thing is, Traverse, we would actually not hear Lahi if we went to the first, because we would go to Colusia, Tempest, and then we'd hear like Neath Dark Waters, and then we'd be done. I think that's what we'll do. Have you heard Lahi? Lahi? Bro, walk to the moon? Yep, somehow you can. You just walk. It's that easy. Oh, we have to get to the moon somehow. Well, just walk, Laval. We end-walked. Ta-da! We did the end-walking. Badoom Ching. Also, hey, Cyberjazz. Hope you're doing well. Man down! Apparently it's an elf. Like a Christmassy elf. Hey Legion, hope you're doing well. You can data center travel to Materia at the moment. But yeah, I don't have a live split or anything ready for going to Ultima Thule, so I think we'll just have to freestyle it. Note the time, everyone. Let's see how long it takes. Now we go back. Also, that's awesome, Traverse. Good to hear that. You can use server time, 4:52. And for the way back, we don't have to use the doggo. I'm pretty sure we can go over on this side, and this is higher than this, so we just have to like up here and then down. Oh. Programming and sometimes errors is the worst. One of the weirdest ones, a long time ago I had that, and worked at a company, of course, programming, making websites, and it wasn't the website thing itself, the program, like the code itself, that failed and caused problems. It was the automated tests that just sometimes failed. And for some reason it was failing extra hard on one particular day, and we discovered that someone at some point had decided to just hook up the test to a random real website. Like, the purpose of the website was just to, you know, return, like, success code and just say everything good. But sometimes it didn't. Like, sometimes it just didn't. And now, on the one hand, you could go, well, that sounds like a bug with that website. Yes, but that website wasn't made by us, so we couldn't fix that. For some reason, someone had just hooked up the automated tests, to a real site managed by someone else. I can't actually remember what we did about that. But that was a weird bug, you could say. Ah, right, we have to go here and then here. And it took an hour and 41 minutes from the corner of Gangos to Hopper's Hold. Or actually, Hopper's Hold, sorry. Exactly, Riona. That is, I feel like that's almost always the case when it's something that happens sometimes. It's often either the user who's, like, neglecting to mention something, or there's something that someone made wrong. I.e. user error in a way. I'm pretty sure you can get over up there. Warcraft Traveler says, I don't know if you're going to be able to jump west side, but you should be able to do so east side. We'll try and go over there. If it doesn't work, then I guess the path is longer. Because the thing is, I went before this stream and checked the path that I was going to follow so that I knew sort of where we could and couldn't go, so I wouldn't, like, extend the trip by going the wrong way. But I haven't tested this one. So here, like, I have a pretty good idea of where the shortest path is, but I might have remembered something wrong. Jump. A little jump. I think the jump is necessary. It's a very nice view. A little spiral. Welcome back, Flaming. Oh yeah, speaking of that Loprit dance, the Lop Hop, as some of you may know, the first time we saw the Lop Hop, I believe, was in the Hildebrand story of Endwalker. There's a quest up here in Mare Lamentorum, and now you might be saying, how did Hildebrand end up on the moon? And to that I say, it's Hildebrand. And there was something that happened where they included the that Lop Hop dance. The whole thing And we just knew it existed. I do see what you mean, Warcraft Traveler. It doesn't look very passable, does it? It's a miracle that Hildebrand didn't end up in Ultima Thule. That is a good point. Didn't Hildebrand literally go to the Red Moon in 1.0? Oh, I don't know about that. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, I wasn't exactly thinking the ravine, but that there doesn't look very inviting. Maybe we can get over here? Let's see. Like, there's also the part that on the minimap, it clearly doesn't look passable, right? But I'm pretty sure you can get over some of these places, but maybe it's only there that you can fall down past? One thing at a time. Also, just a reminder for anyone who's like joined the fray here, that we have an alliance raid in here in private, and the password is 3939. It does indeed look like death. Ah, so close. So this is the titular Endwalker. Yes, indeed. The true Endwalk. That is quite interesting. The observation that this is actually a dead end on foot would actually mean that having to go through, like, go from here and then through all this up around here and down here would probably be further than up there. Yeah, it looks like we have to take the long way around after all. Oh boy. Well, was worth the check, right? It's Endwalker time. So that means this way around, over here, over there, past this, and then down. And then we're basically just backtracking exactly the path we took here, exactly in reverse, and then we get to here, and we reverse the path over here. But once we get to the peaks, there's actually a faster path, I'm pretty sure. There's at least an alternative path that I think would be more fun to take. I'm not doing this very efficiently, am I? Hey, Ham. Hope you're doing well. Xenos just dies of boredom waiting for you to get to his duel. I think there is a... I can't remember if it's like just one channel, but I know that it's at least one channel that are playing through Final Fantasy XIV walking only. Like, walk only challenge. Just think about that. Even during duties, yes. As far as I understood, also during duties. The danger with that is that when you start, like when you're doing the earlier duties where you everything is duty support available, then you would be able to just do that and it wouldn't like hurt anyone. But once you start getting to some of the trials, it might be like difficult to do without it being very obvious that you're effectively sandbagging it a bit. At least they're doing duties with preformed parties, right? I don't know. I would guess they're using duty support. Play Black Mage, ethereal manipulation everywhere. Yeah. See, that's actually another reason why if there was actually a speed run in what we did of going from Gangos to Mare Lamentorum, it would have to be like, oh, you can only play Gatherer, and it would also have to be like, if you did it for realsies, you would have to be like, well, you can't be in a party with people, because otherwise other people could like give you Peloton, maybe you could end up in combat and they would be able to like rescue you forward and things like that. So you'd have to be like going like solo all the way for it to be like real, you could say, without at least giving the option of cheating. And if you could go as Black Mage and in a party, you would just be able to like have like a conga line of friends just like placed to like pull you forward every 10 seconds. Wouldn't that be something? Hey Microbell, hope you're doing well. Not much different from regular roulette party members. I mean, sometimes you get some interesting players at the very least, let's say that. Wait. Huh? Right, we have to go over there. Can't even remember the path I just took. So if this expansion was called Hopwalker, would be jumping everywhere instead. No, I would still be walking. What if it was called Endhopper? Yeah. Maybe. I actually just decided to walk it because it would be funny and it would be really long. Thank you for coming along, Fila. Black Mage and 7 healers, the fastest speed in the game. That would certainly be speed running the slow walk. You just see a Black Mage backpedaling across the world while spamming AEM to like jump ahead while the healers are like using rescue every time you are in combat. AR hunts like this. Well, the hunt mark is dead before you're there. Right, we're back to progressing. We're back to actually going somewhere, everyone. We've finished backtracking. Now we're technically moving forward. In a way. I found a rock. I do wonder how as we were talking about earlier, I do wonder how the new jobs will work. Because the thing is, and I've talked about this before with new job releases, both in terms of new jobs, like Viper and Pictomancer that are coming, but also in terms of like, oh, bless you, I guess. Both in terms of new job additions like Viper and Pictomancer, but also in terms of like job reworks like Dragoon and Astrologian that we know are coming. Oh. Uh-oh. Can we have a raise for Tay? Anyone? It is dangerous. You need to be like high enough level so that the sneak works. You're gonna do a chocobo race walking as well. See, the thing is, you can't actually do that. Like the actual chocobo races, you don't really have that much control over how fast you're going, I think. Or maybe you can. But no, I didn't plan to do that. Looks like there's a path over there. Microwell says, I know it's not happened for any previous expansion, but I really hope they give Bart Minuet at 50. Can you hold back to go slow or something? I guess, but I don't think you can walk. That's the path from the Searing branch, so where's the path from here? It looks like it's supposed to be right here. Like, this is the final option. If this doesn't work, we actually need the doggo to get over. Are you serious? There was an open gap on the map. There was a bridge in one of the chasms. The problem is that it isn't good enough, I don't think. Like, see, there's a bridge over there. But it doesn't lead to anywhere. The cave thing is down here. Does anyone know of a path? Or is this it? Do we have to backtrack again? Mwah, mwah. Well, that's boring. Except play Benny Hill theme. Yeah, mandatory dog, it seems. Well. So far, we've spent about 20 minutes discovering that there's no way to leave Bestway Burrows on foot. It's a rock! Oh, the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. And it's in great shape. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. I thought so too. Warcraft Traveler. That was actually the thing that I observed, was that if we had started in Bestway Burrows, then I thought there was a way without the dog, but apparently there is not. There should be a cave. See, that's what I'm saying, everyone. There is a cave. It's there. You'll see it on the way back. That's the thing, is that there is a cave. There's actually multiple caves. There's not a cave to get you from this section to this section. At least not to my knowledge. Enjoy your dinner, Bob. Tay, are you sure about this? It would be safer if you were like a high-level job. The sneak doesn't actually do anything for you when you're only level 20. Can you walk from Idleshire all the way to South Shroud? walk here, walk this way, here. You can walk, you can just fall down and then go here. Apparently you show up over here. Then if you're making like, you could just go over here and then take an airship to Gridania if you want. But if we're saying no, you have to walk, then you would go here, walk through to here, walk through here, and walk through to here. So the answer is yes. Can't you just jump in the hole in the middle, fight Zodiac, and climb back on the other side? Now that would be something. Koguchi says, prove it, do it. Well, actually, that path was on the list when we originally talked about the longest path. Like, it was actually on the list that we discussed. Like, would that be the longest path? But then we came to the conclusion, at least I came to the conclusion, that going from Gangos to Mare Lamentorum was longer, which is why we didn't do that. And to go to the end, to truly Endwalk, now we're going to Ultima Thule. Why would you also, by the way, South Shroud, why would you end there? When you could end like here. Like, you could go even further south. Bork, send us back. We didn't like spending this much time just walking around on the northern side of the moon. You should end on Crystal Balmon. Well, we can't actually visit Crystal. So unfortunately, that's not accessible to me. But the original stipulation, for those that came in a bit later, was no ether rights and no ether shards. Airships and boats are allowed and stuff like that. And this, we've decided that Bork here is an airship. So that counts. It's close enough. And then the rule beyond that is that we choose a starting location and an end location, and then we take the shortest path to that, given the requirements. Which means that, yes, we could have absolutely visited every single zone on the way to Mare Lamentorum, but the shortest path from Gangos to Mare Lamentorum didn't require every single zone on the way. So that's why we didn't. Simply because if we had not made that rule, then, well, we could have walked forever. But that is the reason why we took the path we did. Was because the stipulation was specifically to the shortest path of this really long path. Which is also why we used an airship when we did. And we will also do that on the way back here. I'm pretty sure you get to Sharlayan from Limsa, right? I'm pretty sure that's it. Yes. We basically have to trace back our path all the way back to the docks of Limsa Lominsa. To make it legit, the Warrior of Light could just walk in circles while riding an airship in order to keep walking. Yeah, indeed. I guess so. But the idea was mainly that that you don't use things like aetherites. I believe someone said it was the Thancred way of traveling. Monolithic Moon says it's the zone split just for the story. I imagine so, yes. It seems like they've made it so perfectly that there is no way to visit the Lobrits without it being in the MSQ. And it turns out they've made the split so strict that there isn't even a way to jump back into the sections. To be absolutely sure. Also, hey Cyanide, hope you're doing well. Walker of Light. You must become the Walker of Darkness. Oh, wait. The path back is over there. Right, it was Caetsu that said it. Passes says, I think northwest churning mists would be further than Idleshire. Probably. Part of the reason why Idleshire is deceptively close is because when you think Idleshire, right, you think, okay, so we go here, and then originally the path you had to take was here, and then here, right? That adds a lot more, right? And originally, you actually, you went through all of this, went up here, did some stuff here, and then later still you came back down and went this way. So it makes Idleshire feel like it's way further away than it really is. I wonder if you could have jumped down there. That could have saved us some time. Oh well. But that has that, that gives that deceptively long distance, where in reality, it's connected right there. So, Idleshire is one zone-ish away from Ishgard, which helps a lot, right? In making it closer. So if you instead said churning mists, right? Then you would, the thing is, I think the furthest edges of churning mist would be so far away that you'd have to fly. Enjoy work, Kokichi. Kokichi, I don't think we'll still be walking in 5 hours. Can you take the Kurthus exit on foot? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. I think you can? Maybe not. That would make a difference. And if you can't, then there's still a good chance that Churning Mists is further away. Simply because Churning Mists is absolutely insanely gigantic. Even the parts that you can walk. But that is actually an interesting point, is that the path from Gangos to Mare Lamentorum was one that was long enough that I was like, well, the other contenders are not even close. But I don't know if, walking to Idleshire from where we are now, or Churning Mists, or Ultima Thule is further away. But I think Ultima Thule is the most satisfying destination of the three. So that's kind of why I'm just defaulting to that. Ultima Thule was actually originally on my list. But then I discovered how far away Gangos is. What if we put treadmill on Gorbyu and then walk on treadmill while on Gorbyu? Yeah, indeed. Then what's the point of walking, am I right? Walk from Idleshire to Kugane. I'm pretty sure that walking speed on mounts is either the same or almost the same as walking on foot. So it might work. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure. It's like, if you really wanted to, you probably could do that. Although I suppose that someone could literally mount up right now and prove me wrong. Just like mount up and then walk. Well, you know, walking speed and then just drive past. Yeah, that makes sense, Dickman. I'm guessing that mount walking speed is the real walking speed, but with whatever multipliers mounts apply. Like the basic, the fact that mounts are faster, and then, you know, zone bonuses and stuff make it even further. Surprise Gorbyu! It appears to have the same speed. Huh. Well, looks like we got our answer then. Thank you. Yeah, what I was talking about before was with the jobs, is that when they add new jobs or change old jobs, like with Dragoon and Astrologian rework and the addition of Viper and Pictomancer, what I'm looking for the most is that they add something new, right? And the thing is, you can add a new job, completely new job, without actually adding anything to the game, really. And what I mean by that is that we have at the moment jobs that are so insanely similar that you're choosing between two jobs based on like a flavor difference almost. Or like a detail difference. Like Sage and Scholar, for example, are a bit too similar. And then there's, you know, the memes with Paladin and Gunbreaker and Warrior and Dark Knight. So when I say that I hope we get something new and interesting when they add a new job, that is of course because I want there to be something unique and new and interesting. But of course, in the case of Dragoon and Astrologian, the key thing that I always turn back to, similar jobs, you mean like Reaper and Red Mage? Indeed. Legion says, I think Gorbyu walking might actually be slower. I'm falling behind. Oh yeah. That is really funny. Apparently Mount Walk is even slower. More like Reaper and Botanist. But yeah, when I say I hope that we get some unique and new interesting jobs, is exactly that. If they rework Dragoon, for example, then hopefully whatever's left still fills the same niche that Dragoon is known for, that people like. But it has to like be, you know, freshed up a bit. Same with Astrologian. when they add Viper and Pictomancer, they better not be like Ninja but with a different coat of paint. Or like Reaper with a new coat of paint. Like I believe when I made my video on Viper a while back, one of the examples I gave was basically describing Viper as Reaper, but it has 2 swords now. It's like, that is absolutely possible. But that would suck. So that's what I'm hoping, that Pictomancer and Viper are very unique. And more interesting. Right. Summoner, but now cute mobs instead of primal. Yeah, exactly. They could actually have it so that Pictomancer was just like, I don't know, Summoner in reverse. Like, you use your you use your summons and you generate Lego bricks, right? And once you have 3 different ones, you summon the big Moogle laser beam. And like, it would just be Summoner, but instead of starting with Bahamut, you end with Bahamut. So now we're pretending Ifrit isn't a cutie patootie. Everyone knows that Titan, the most important aspect of Titan is how adorable he is. Smaller Ridley. That's a pretty good name. Hope you're doing well. Smaller Ridley. Like in Smash? Titan is round and so friend-shaped. Very friend-shaped. He's not super friend-shaped when he's really dragging out an extreme because, oh, you didn't one-shot me. Guess I'll jump up and down 4 times. Titan also has wheels. It is funny how the Savage mount from the raid tier where Titan has wheels, the mount you get is not Titan with wheels. You get a car though. Don't know if I trust that. If that is actually a path down, that would be the shortest one, but I don't trust that. And if it isn't, then the path is that way around. Does anyone know if you can do that? If you can actually jump down over there. Because that would be an enormous, like, time save. If you could just jump down this way. I don't even know what that would look like. Like, what is that? Why would there be an open space there? Like, I'm confident it's not a way up, but it could be a way down, but I don't know why. That's the weird part. Does anyone know? Yeah, indeed, Viek. That's the thing that tripped me up with Mare Lamentorum as well, was that I was like, well, obviously you would be able to come over there, right? It's just a jump down. But then all of the places where you could, you know, hypothetically jump downwards, there's like a crater in the way, so you can't actually jump down. It does look like the silhouette of a wall, indeed. Could a Dragoon use some jumps to get past obstacles? Nope. That's not how the jumps work. Jumps, like all other like movement actions in the game, actually just... They look like they jump, but it actually just grabs your character and then just drags it across the floor over the destination. So Dragoons wouldn't be able to do a thing. Anywhere a Dragoon would be able to traverse with their jumps would be somewhere we could just fall down. We would take damage, but you don't die as long as you're not in combat. So nope. And there's also quite far until we get to that point. Since we have to first traverse all the way back to Limbs Lamenta, which we were earlier. And then we have to go to Sharlayan before we start to see something new. The backflips are still not actually going upwards. They are just dragging you across the floor. It's just visually looks like you're jumping, but you're not. If you don't believe me, find like a fence or something that you should clearly be able to jump over with backflip and then try and backflip. It won't work. You'll just faceplant. It the same way as a Reaper could teleport 20 arms forward, but they'll just faceplant into a fence if there is a fence in the way. It's really silly. Really silly. The regular jumps for Dragoon still moves your character to the target destination for a fraction of a second, I believe. But they don't move your camera. Your Spine Shadow Dive, Star Diver, and Dragonfire Dive move you to your target's destination. If the jump doesn't move their targeting reticle, then yeah, that doesn't do it anymore. I can't remember if they removed that. I do remember that they removed the part where your camera actually traces with you as you go. They did remove that part. Legion says there is a concrete platform which looks like you can fall onto, but it sadly cannot for the shortcut in Labyrinthos. Well, thank you for checking. Then we will not go that way. We'll have to take the long way around. And that is exactly true, Bad Angel. Correct. The real benefit of using those kinds of jumps downhill is that if you backflip off a ledge, you take 0 damage. Don't do this in real life, by the way. It won't work the same. If you backflip off a ledge, you'll take 0 damage, but if you just walk off it, you'll take, well, if it's far enough, you'll die. If you're in combat. If you're not in combat, you'll drop to 1 HP. Yeah, let's see. We'll have to trace all the way back from where we came here. And then in the peaks, we can actually go south and around this time. Which you can't do if you're going towards the locks. It has like a similar way to Mare Lamentorum, where it has like a one-way path. And it's quite weird because I'm pretty sure I tested this. And it looks like there's walls, but it's actually a one-way wall. And then we can do that, go that way around, up here, in here, and then have to go all the way around through here. Up this way again, with the boat, here, airship, and then we're mostly back. And we just have to take a trip through Limsa. Like, the fact that we have to backtrack this much to get to, like, change course to go to Ultima Thule instead of Mare Lamentorum should probably tell you a lot about how much longer the trip, specifically the trip to Mare Lamentorum, is. It's insanely long. Which comes with the incredible irony that the end of the universe is actually closer than the moon. In terms of actual, like, traversal in-game. And yeah, indeed, Stickman, it works with all movement tech. It's just like, it's just, you know, dashes, teleports, whatever it is. If it moves your set distance forward, then it'll just, like, teleport you to wherever ground is. Here it says that's why we need test servers with PvP enabled to do some funny things with Blue Mage to push people out of cliffs. Well, I mean, you don't need PvP for that. You just, like, Blue Mage has at least 2 spells that can push party members. At least 2. You just need to be in party and both in combat, and then it'll work. Yep. They have 2 of them. Deals water damage to all enemies in a straight line. Additional effect, 10 Yom knockback to all enemies and party members in range. Deals physical damage. Additional effect, 10 Yom knockback to all enemies and party members in range. Quite funny. I recommend this on Titan. I remember I saw this, I think it was Lakshmi clip that came out like the day where Blue Mages had unlocked level 70 and they enabled the access to Malediction of Water. And Blue Mages would do Lakshmi because there's a healing spell there, Stotram. It's also a good AoE attack spell if you're not a healer. So people did that one, right? Then there was this footage of a Blue Mage that just instantly used Malediction of Water the instant the fight started and yeeted everyone off the arena. Obviously that was like, it was set up on almost impossible that it was like a troll. Hey Terry, hope you're doing well. He's actually walking. Yeah, we're actually walking back from our original destination now. I think it's really funny. I think there's multiple people that have come into the stream and been like, "Hey, wait a minute, he's actually walking." I'm actually a little bit curious what people expected when they click what they expect when they click on the stream. It's YouTube, so I expect clickbait. Oh, right, because it's April 1st, right? Yeah, I see what you mean, Terry, that on April 1st you would have expected clickbait, right? Decision says, I was wondering where you were going to walk to. Fair enough. There was also some people that did exactly that. That they came in like, but where's it going? You know, I don't really do clickbait, Terry. At least haven't tried to. Yeah, so if it says that I'm doing something on the thumbnail, there's a very good chance that I am doing that. Actually, last year, for April 1st, I released a real video. It was a silly video, but it's a real video. I released a cooking guide for how to make coffee biscuits in real life. I think it's pretty funny. Thank you, Aradil. It is formatted like a joke, but it's a real cooking recipe. The access isn't everything clickbait. It just depends on whether we get what we promised, get what was promised or not when we click on it. You're right, but that's exactly the thing, Biek. There's a difference between what clickbait like implies and what it has come to mean. What clickbait usually means, like when you talk about it, is if I make a thumbnail that promises one thing, but it isn't in the video, or there's like an article that like the header... Oh, apparently I crashed. I lost connection. Weird. I just lost connection for a second. Have you ever fansat? Nope. Both of my characters have the free Fanta from the MSQ. But yeah, like what is generally considered clickbait these days is if am I still the leader? Oh, that works apparently. If whatever's promised is not delivered upon, that's clickbait. Because then you're baiting someone to click on it, but you're not actually delivering that. So that's what I mean by saying that I don't really aim to do clickbait. I don't want to do clickbait. If I say something is happening on a thumbnail, then that's happening. Because I think it's really annoying if someone fakes it. Microbell says, I know it's still early, but what's been your favorite corporate April Fool's prank so far today? The only one I saw was, I believe yesterday I saw a post that Pal World was going to make a dating sim that had NSFW content in it, and it would release today. I thought that was pretty funny. That's the only one that I have seen. Did it say Su-25? Oh. I thought it actually said 2024. Yeah, the story actually, Terry, is that I started on Final Fantasy XIV on the free trial back when it only like reached level 35. Like the cap on the free trial, like, you could play as much as you wanted, but it stopped at level 35. That was it. Now, some of you might be thinking to yourself, 35? That's hardly anything, and you would be right. Also, I hope you're doing well, Darth. Most jobs by level 35, like think about any tank. Actually, you know, Warrior and Paladin. By level 35, you have your 1-2-3 combo, one step of your AoE combo, some of your defensive cooldowns. By 35, you've gotten like your gauge spender. One spender. That's it. So like by level 35, most jobs aren't actually that unique yet. And back then, it was even worse. Like, at level 35, Black Mage has Fire 3, but not Blizzard 3, if I remember correctly. And you can't even get to Astral Fire 3, or Umbral Ice 3. It caps at 2. Or capped at 2. So I made my character, called it Chaiji Caetsu, made a male Mikote because only the starting races from A Realm Reborn were actually allowed on the free trial. Got to like, I made it a gladiator, got to like level 18. And then I discovered that if you actually bought the game, you could look like this. You could be this. You could be this. So then I bought the game, deleted my gladiator because he sucked anyway, and made this character. And I started as an Arcanist. Back when they had dots and stuff. I've just not needed to fancy anything. I think the only thing I could consider using my Fantasia for would be to make a Lalafell. And I already have one. So what's the point there? You see, Darth says, what was up late last night with buddies, found out Xbox One can't join an ongoing game in Tiny Tina's Wonderland. You have to be there in the starting lobby. Took 2 hours to realize this. That sucks. Sip says, I deleted my free Fantasia. Not only have you did you delete it, but you've had to buy Fantasia since. Big brain move. Use free fans to adjust eye color. Hey Lemon, hope you're doing well. Welcome to walking simulator. So we're going to test the theory that you can go this way round. I really hope we can, because otherwise it's going to be a really long trip. Love Walking Simulator. That's my favorite Final Fantasy XIV expansion. Yeah, it's not called Endwalker, it's called Walking Simulator. Legion says, thank God for Aura Limbo Ring. Can avoid changing eye color. Can you change the Limbo Ring with fashion? Nice. Using Fantasia to change hair is the real power move. Yeah, just use it for, like, you're saving like a few hundred gil or something, right? Lionheart says we're walking to the moon. We're actually walking home from walking to the moon. We walked to the moon and now we're walking home. But we're walking back. We're walking to the end of the world now. But we have to first walk home from visiting the moon. Why invent rockets if we can just walk to and from the moon? I know, right? Mako says all on limbo rings are just them using magic to change the color around their eyes. They can change them easily. Is it magic? That's amazing. I didn't know what the origin of the limbo rings were. I do think it's funny that it, like, if you make them bright, it looks like it like the character's like powered on. They like it's like turned on. Aura active. You could make it like red if they're running out of power. Yarv says, I'm pretty sure limbo rings are magic items. That could be. Wait, so you're suggesting that auras are wearing like contact lenses, essentially? Let's just walk to Tyrol. That would be the biggest meme if on... I don't think I'll do that. But man, it would be funny. Dawn Trade releases. I turn on stream to do the MSQ. And I walk through the entire MSQ. Now that would be hilarious. I don't think I'll do that, but... You run with it if anyone thinks that's so funny, they'll do it. Actually, don't run with it. You'd have to walk with it. Yeah, no, analogous to the little forehead gem that Dunes folk can use. I guess so. Shepan says, I'm calling it. With all the FF9 stuff, next expansion we get trans. Personal limit breaks. Let's see if I'm right. Isn't the blue aura stuff on the Vipers kinda like the trans? Like, isn't that kinda that? Ziyab says, from the Korean PLL, they are made through magical means, therefore Yandalayan can change them for you. It varies by era and region, but it's considered similar to face paint or decoration. That is interesting. Bad Angel says, any personal wishes for the new classes or reworks? As a Dragoon main, I'm really hoping they combine some of the OGCDs to fix the button bloat. Personally, the one thing that I've thought of that I would wish Dragoons got, the key here is, like, just take it with a grain of salt, because I'm not a Dragoon main. In fact, I don't play Dragoon that much. Like, Dragoon is like... If I had, like, a ranking of how much I've played jobs, Dragoon is probably, like, in the bottom list of jobs I've played. Like, it's one of the ones I've played the least. I just enjoy other jobs more. But what I think would be nice is if they made the jumps GCDs. Especially Stardiver. Now, you might be saying, why would you do that? And the reason why I think that would be really cool is because if the jumps were GCDs, then it wouldn't be as big of a deal if they took a bit more time to resolve. Like, they would be able to, like, embellish the animation a bit more, like, make it a little bit fancier. And more importantly, if they're GCDs, you could probably easily add, like, 300 potency to them, and it wouldn't be unfair, because you're, like, doing that instead of your, like, your filler. Whee! Ow. So I think that would be pretty cool. It would allow the Dragoons to emphasize the jumps a bit more. But... oh. But... a key thing to keep in mind about Dragoons is that a lot of players enjoy Dragoon specifically for what it is, and what it is, you know, it has this 10-step looping rotation, for example, and they really like it that way. So if people play Dragoon for that, then they wouldn't want it to suddenly be interrupted with random GZD jumps. So I can understand why they might not want that, which is why my stance on this is generally, I just want whatever the Dragoon mains want. I could see how a little bit less OGZDs would be nice. I think another thing that might be nice is if they gave you... I don't know how insanely... How crazy this would be, but if they made it so that either you have 2 charges on jump, because if you had 2 charges on jump, then, you know, then you wouldn't be as stressed to use it precisely on cooldown. It would also mean you could use Life of the Dragon in your opener, instead of having to wait for them. And alternatively, they could make it so that when you zone into a duty, a little bit like how paladins have full oath gauge, and sages get all their adder stings and stuff like that, they give dragoons like one of the like gaze stacks they need to get Life of the Dragon, so that they can use Life of the Dragon in their opener, but they don't get 2 charges. Like, that would also be a way to do it. But it would feel less... I would think it would feel less nice if they did it like that. Caetsu says, how many follow you right now? I think there's 8. If everyone is in the Alliance. Mako says, did you know that otter horns are hollow inside? They're actually the otter's ears. They hear using vibrations in their horns. I did know that, yes. I didn't know they were outright hollow, but that makes perfect sense. Misocopium says, they should make hybrid races for post-Dawn Trail. I would make my Lalafell an Aurafell so fast. I feel like that would be a huge amount of work for a team that has stated they are not adding any more races, playable races. Doubt says Dragoon and Gunbreaker are by far my least played. Monk was on the list, but I have a joke character who is now in Stormblood that is Monk, Botanist, and Culinarian. That's weirdly specific. Flaming Jarky says, is it unreasonable to wish they'd make Xenoglossy and Foul OGCD? Using them is the most awkward part of Black Mage to me, but that might be too strong. What? What level is your black? What level is your Black Mage? The entire benefit of Xenoglossy and Foul is that because they're instant, they give you space to weave something else. Are you sure you'd want that? It would make the rest of your rotation feel very awkward because you don't have anything, like, to weave when you need it. It would be a huge boost because it would mean you could just, you know, triple cast and you could, like, Fire 4 and Xenoglossy. I think having them OGCD would actually be worse. Like, in terms of it would feel jankier and awkward. Yeah, the Xenoglossy and Foul are of course some of your best damage options, but the simple fact that they're instant means that they're actually also utility options. This is actually an interesting relationship that Black Mage and Red Mage have, because they have this thing in common, in that their strongest attacks also happen to be one of their best, most reliable mobility options. Which also lets you weave other things. It's quite funny how that works, that their strongest attacks also double as utility options. Mako adds, also, did you know that Ryans have blue tongues like skinks? I did not know that. Can you see that in-game, or is that just something that we have to know? cabbage merchant. The monk botanist culinarian. My cabbages! See, the good side of us having to, well, the positive question mark of us having to retrace our steps here is that it turns out that the longest part of this entire trek on the way out was Yangsha. I'm pretty sure that was the longest part. You can see it with certain emotes and G-pose if you look hard enough. Gee, it's night already. That's a long walk. I mean, we started the walk from Mare Lamentorum at server time 4:52. So we've then we spent 20 minutes looking for a path for a faster way out of Mare Lamentorum, which wasted a lot of time. Finch says it's the males only. Oh. Is it only the males that have the blue tongues? Give poor Kai a nap. She must be exhausted. This is her additional bi-weekly jog or walk. Finch says, yes, there are mods that ported over to the Femna. I see. Well, that would explain why I have never seen it. Because you can bet that I've seen my Ryan in G-pose plenty. So it would be quite shocking if I'd never noticed that she had a weird tongue. Gotta get that blood pumping. Indeed. Also, hey, Silvermint and Shiro. Hope you're both doing well. Also, hey, Finch. Hope you're doing well as well. Shiro says, just got back from getting the vehicle serviced. How's the Endwalking going? Well, we just walked from Gangos to Mare Lamentorum, and now we're walking to the end of the world. But we first have to walk back. I say we might be walking a bit too quickly. What? Yeah, I think that makes sense, Finch. It is an interesting detail. Is this something that is true for skinks? Like, maybe it's only the males that have the blue tongues? Or maybe it's exactly the thing that the reptile males are more colorful. So the males get blue tongues. Because reasons. Hey, Splitsacular. Hope you're doing well. I really should just do it like this. I'm gonna do this. We can see the entire walking squad. Lemon says, I feel like if I did this, I'd forget how to turn RP walk off. By default, it's the slash on your numpad. These boots were made for walking. Indeed, Mick. Indeed. I'm specifically using this outfit for this walk. So these boots are ready. Hope you're doing well, Mick. Male Ryan definitely have more colorful and varied skin options compared to females. Maybe that's the explanation. The males are huge, hulking men in all sorts of strange colors, and even their mouths are a weird color to really make them stand out. Meanwhile, the females are just small and dainty. Huntmark! Ah, there she goes, walking along. You see, Lemon, the trick here is that I'm specifically going as Gatherer to make sure that all mobs ignore me. Also, I hope you enjoy your crafting gathering journey, Splitacular. That angel says, wait, the gathering classes don't level sync for combat fates? Weird fact that it will never be used. Well, the thing is, you have to click a button to sync as a combat job. They just don't offer the button at all for gathering jobs. I don't know if it actually is, if you can actually participate in it, come to think of it. But maybe, I guess that's what you meant. Because it didn't say I couldn't participate, did it? Dart says the one video I found shows both male and female blue-tongued skinks with blue tongues. That makes sense. Mako says it says skinks use their tongues, whoops, to hunt prey, ward off predators, and attract a mate. So I don't think it would be different for different genders. Well, if they're called blue-tongued skinks as well, then it's like it would be weird if they weren't. It shows the fate joined when you're in range, but you actually have to click the button to join them if you're a combat job and you're over-leveled. Gathering jobs could cheese gathering fate with sneak. I guess so. That is an interesting observation. Maybe we should try that one day. Finch says, also I recently went from Bun Boy to Rodad and y'all femras are really short. Yeah. Male Regadons are one of the tallest, right? Don't know if they're the actually tallest or second tallest. But that would make something like a small dragon look extremely small. Partly because small dragons are the second shortest. They're shorter. They have the capacity to be shorter than a cat girl. I specifically remember that because I looked it up after meeting a cat girl named something like Small Person. Stood next to them and I was shorter than them, so... Did you know Lalafell is actually the shortest race in the game? What? Impossible. Who's false advertising, Silvermint? I don't believe it. I could have sworn. The small... Yeah, actually, indeed. The weirdest part is that they call themselves something like Small Person, but they weren't a Lalafell. I guess maybe they have an alt named Tiny Person or something. Soon. Indeed. Soon we're back in ARR areas, and then we're almost going to reach our new destination. Like, we're actually starting on the trek to the new destination. I've actually never played... Like, the only races I've played in Final Fantasy XIV, like race and gender options, are male Mikote, Femra, and, well, female Lalafell. Those are the only ones I've played. So if I want, they made a character that was like, I don't know, like an Ellison or a Rigadin, I feel like the game would look very different in a way. Yep, I believe that is true, Finch, that only Vieras have taller women than men. Which is, it is a little bit strange with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it was just more to say that it's quite funny how the Vieras are so specific in a way. In that the males hide away and protect, like, forest areas, I believe. Not with their tribe. And they only come out to mate. And that can mean that they have to mate a lot. Because there are many female Vieras. And there is, I believe it's one of the custom delivery storylines that actually touch on this particular subject. All I'm hearing is good things about Viera. So hey Bundy, hope you're doing well. I don't know about that, Misocopium. I feel like if you dress your Ellison right, they look great. Welcome back, Ogni. We are currently still on the way back from Mare Lamentorum. We're aiming to go to Ultima Thule. But first we have to get back. Ha! That is pretty funny, Bondi. If you're a Bond boy, there's a quest in Fanart where one of the Viera is like, careful, Tiger, we're hungry. I think it's funny when they acknowledge what you are in any way. Like, I remember there's like the Elpis quest, where there's an NPC that recognizes, like, that actually responds different depending on what you actually are. Yes, I believe I heard that as well, Finch. That the Vieras don't realize what gender they are or whatever. What they have, you could say, until they reach puberty. Which, hey, that's kind of strange, isn't it? Why do you have to do the chrysalis cyanide? Oh, you're on your alt. You've been going at it really fast. Didn't you make the character like a few days ago? Nineheart says, there's a Kikian in AR areas that called me a stinky Viera in a quest. Don't they call you a stinky whatever you are? Sib says, no matter how hard I try, I just make my Lalafell look cool. I don't know how people can call these things cute. Sib, have you looked at yourself? Look, everyone. This is a cool Lalafell. Isn't he cool? X to doubt. The coolest. Look at those eyes. Look at that beard. He exudes coolness. At least I'm dressed for the season. We're in a desert. Oh, deserty area, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't say the, oh, you have to sync first. Warcraft Traveler says, I think I'm in trouble, guys. What happened? Mizukopium says, and I'm curious to see the adventure plates of the group following the long walk. Well, we can start with mine. Charger. Can we have one? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Aww. I think Bob got scammed. It's a hollow book. Aww. Cheers says, I'm too used to the Steam forums that censor with hearts. Hi, what censored word did you put on your adventure plate? I didn't put a censored word on my adventure plate. I just put hearts there. I actually just put hearts there. The book has many knowledge, just can't see it. It's like the Emperor's New Book. It's just empty. Are you being taken away by the Moogles? Oh no! Hey, Sunthrone. Hope you're doing well. Attacked by the Moogles, God. The strong must protect the weak. Nice. Oh, you don't have one. You have one. Silverman says, that book is so weird. It's hollow if you look at it from the outside, but if you look at it from the inside, it looks normal. It trips me up so much. That is quite weird. Such a cool Lalafell. I know, right? He's the coolest. I just used the relic weapon for my my scholar. This one. It's not nearly as strange. Good old Shroud. Sip says, I used the fairy book because it looks cute. I mean, cool. Misocopium says, all these adventure plates are nice and tame. All the ones I see on Hyperion are either memes or horny. Oof. That is unlucky. Here says, your armory chest is so clean. What's your secret? I put the weapons that I want to keep in the bottom. Some parts of my armory chest isn't so clean. It looked like this. And that's just I have to put these things in storage somewhere. But the secret is just that I get rid of stuff that I don't need. Like that's like the classic that I always say is that the thing that I do to keep my inventory clean is that I just get rid of the things that I don't need. Like, recently I talked about how I don't have any of those, like, clusters that you trade in for materia, because the instant that I get any, I get rid of them. Like, I use them to get materia, like this. And then, like, I just, like, get rid of materia that I don't want or don't need. And yeah, exactly, Doubt. Once you have maxed out all jobs, it's a lot easier because you don't have to, like, sit on a bunch of gear. Speaking of sitting on gear, look at me, I'm almost ready for Viper. Splitsacular says, relic weapon question. Working on Zodiac Black Mage. Am I understanding correctly that if I get... Oh, look! Friends! If I get all the way upgraded, I can buy any of the steps versions from along the way to put in the dresser. Yes, I believe so. Erdal could at least answer that. I don't actually know because I don't have any Zodiac weapons maxed out. And good luck, Silvermint. That... I hope you're not planning to do 47 wins now. Lemons has just realized new expansions mean new car guides. Yeah, I suppose it would. It would have to remake all those job guides. Nerf buff. If you have, like, so that's the thing. If you're preparing for Dawn Trail, what you really need to be ready for Viper and Pictomancers, like, you need a set for Viper. But if you have Blue Mage, then there's a reasonable chance that you already have, like, a Crypt Lurker set, because Blue Mage probably will use that. Soon we're back to Limsa. And then we'll finally progress to somewhere new. Yeah, Lemon, I think we've known that the other job was Pictomancer for... Was it January they revealed it? And yeah, it is a caster. Bad Angel says, will Viper be available immediately? Do I have to do the MSQ first? I'm pretty sure it'll be in one of the starting cities, but it will be level 80, so you have to have level 80 already. Like that's the key. I'm reasonably sure that they'll add... Oh look, Ardell's there. They'll add the Viper trainer and the Pictomancer trainer in one of the starting cities each. Bulwark Hall, I'm pretty sure is where we want to go. Now we have to walk through all of Limsa again. Viper starting in Uldar. Thank you. And Pictus in Gridania. Thank you. Is the Alliance Party Finder gone? Oh, it ran out. Let me just make it again. Wait, why is that there? What? Strange. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. Why? What do you mean with that last third of an XP bar, Shiro? The Wondrous Tales gives you half of a level. So if you do 2 of those, that should be fine. Lemon says, so how long are you planning on keeping the stream? Okay, my game crashed this time. They really, really don't want me to actually finish this walk, huh? Thank you, Shiro. Yeah, I think the plan is we're going until we reach the end of the world. Players in queue. Me. Stop walking, start playing. What are you doing? Play the game. Oh, you got the Chrysalis in first try, Cyanide? Or was it more than first try? I thought you were ending the walk. Same energy as taking a number when no one else is in the waiting room. Yeah, that sounds about right. Apparently, I've also discovered that if you have a party finder group, like party finder open like this, it lets you keep lead for longer. I know I said that no one should feel obligated to play all the time, but this is ridiculous. It could be the Alliance specifically as well, yeah. Yeah, the wallpaper, the desktop. Whoops. Guess it's the ferryman over here. The desktop wallpaper was something that Aria made. Yeah, my bestie who made it for me. That is the other person on the picture. There it is, old Charlian. Now we have to find our way up to Labyrinthos. Yeah, the plan was originally, Lemon, the plan was that we would walk from Gangos to Mare Lamentorum. But that took like an hour and a half. An hour and 41 minutes, actually. So I felt like that was a little short of a walk. So we took a very short break and then just, you know, turned around. A key thing to keep in mind here is that we wasted 20 minutes in on Mare Lamentorum trying to exit without using the dog. But the dog really insisted, and, you know, it looked at us and said, let me do it for you. And then we discovered that there was no way to walk off, because all the potential paths have like a crater that makes it so you can't, like, there's like an invisible wall. So we had to take the dog back. But we spent 20 minutes trying to find a different path before we had to go back and do that. So if you just subtract 20 minutes, then like that's actually when we should have arrived in Charlian. If we also ignore the part where I got disconnected and the game crashed, which also took like a couple minutes. But in like 18 minutes or so, we will have been on this walk. Specifically for 2 hours. I agree, Marco. It was just more that I wanted to see if there was a way to go past without it. But technically, based on the rules that I made of this trip, which is take 2 points that are really far away from each other, and Gangos to Mar de Lamentorum are potentially the longest possible trip. Then find the shortest path between them that does not use aetherites or aether shards. Like, that's the key thing you're not allowed to do. And the only exception to that is if the only way there would be through, like, an aetherite or something, then you'd have to find a way to make it fair, right? But fortunately, Thavnair is not the furthest away anyway. Even if you had to go from Old Charlian's aetherite to Thavnair, which was how we got there originally. That was the way we counted it, is that we said, well, the dog is like an airship. Which would mean that it is the shortest path into Best Burrows. Best Way Burrows. Yeah, I agree. The reason why I made the rule that boats and airships are okay is specifically because there are way more zones that are completely off limits if you can't use an airship. And then if you start saying, oh, if it connects a zone, then it's okay. Well, it's like, okay, so when does it count and when does it not count? So it's just better, more easy to follow and more fair if you just go, all boats and airships are okay, which of course also means that most paths we could take would be like get to one of the main cities and then like use an airship or a boat from there. And that's also a part of what makes Ishgard feel a lot closer to everything than it might normally be, because you can take an airship from Ishgard to any of the major cities. Which has the interesting result that when I looked over these paths, most routes were like, they almost always overlapped in Limsa Lominsa. Almost always in Limsa Lominsa. Although if we had done like Idleshire to Mar de Lamentorum, they would have overlapped with Gridania instead. All boats, all airships, and all magical plot-relevant dogs are okay. Indeed. Yeah, exactly, Darth. You need the story before you can discover Loprits exist. That is true, but that is exactly the reason why I was like, well, we have to use the doggo on the way in, but surely there's a way to come out. Which turned out to not be the case. Speaking of not the case, I'm pretty sure we have to go this way. We have to go over here, take the trip down one, and then go down here, and then over there. And then, well, either option, and then in. Imagine being Argus and the Warrior of Light is just like, yeah, they're basically an airship. Like, rude. Well, at least they got to do it for me, right? I think, was it yesterday? It was yesterday where we're in the FC, we were like doing dailies. Or some people were doing dailies, and Sip and I had some plans. We were like, we could probably join for like a short one. We're like, can we do like trials roulette? Like a real quick trials roulette? Sure. And we get Chrysalis. We were a 5-man pre-made. And all 3 of the remaining players were first-timers. Like Sprouts, as far as I could tell. All 3 of them. We had a tank and 2 DPS. The tank pulled, so our brought from home tank Sip let the Sprout do it, but that Sprout did not know how to use defensive cooldown, so I had to like, I was Sage, so I was like preemptively using things like Eucrasian Diagnosis, because when the boss does triple and then casts Spark, that could probably kill a tank if they're not using any defensive. So I was barriering them up preemptively because I didn't want them to die. The second pull, because of course there were 2, Sip tanked instead. We had a summoner who basically looked like they were completely lost whenever there wasn't an attackable target. Like the orbs that you have to soak and things like that, they just kind of stood there like walked a little bit to the right and walked a little bit to the left. Like, they're just like, I have no idea what I'm doing. And it didn't change anything on the second pull when I had explained what you were supposed to do. However, the samurai, who by the way was French, it turned out, they actually were listening. We wiped because there was no melee LB coming out. But they asked immediately when we wiped, what happened? What went wrong? And it was like, okay, well, we need the melee DPS to use LB on the tear. And like, so I was supposed to do that. I say, do you know how to use LB? And they're like, yes, I do know now. Excellent. And because I'm guessing they went like, limit break. Oh. Or something. I don't know. But like, they looked like they figured out they could use limit break. And then I explained the soaking the orbs thing, and the samurai, again, was the only one of the 3 sprouts that responded. They were like, oh, I was dodging the orbs. I thought you were supposed to dodge them. I don't know why all the other people were, like, running into them, but I thought you were supposed to dodge them. So when they were explained that, no, you're actually supposed to soak them, try and alternate to, like, switch the debuffs. I don't know if they got that part, but they helped soak the orbs, which is, like, massive win already. And when the tear appeared the second time, LB was right on time, exactly on time. So yeah, of course that samurai got my commendation. Also, hey Red Panda Peggy, hope you're doing well. Stickman says, not gonna lie, using barriers this way is the kind of healer gameplay loop I would love. Yeah, I understand that. That part of the thing, part of the reason is also that, like, if I had been like level 90, then I would have just used different barriers. But specifically because I didn't have very many options, I had to like use spells. To like help with anything beyond like a Ryokoli. Here it says, last week I was clearing Ramu Extreme with 6 French people. See, the thing is, it's not a problem if they're listening. Lemon says, epic win of using the chat box to communicate and figure out what went wrong and how to not die in the future. Indeed. That's unfortunate. There's someone that wrote to me and that probably saw the party finder group. And I can't tell them that what it is. If it's someone in the stream chat, like, you can't respond if they're in a different world. But if you're in the stream chat, you can find the password in the sticky message from me. And anyone can join. We're just in group to walk. Sip says, I remember the other tank used all the investigation after the tank buster happened. Not only that, but you know what's even funnier, Sip, is that when you were tanking the second time around, the other tank used hallowed ground, like immediately, once the fight started. And they weren't tanking anything. Thank you, Orkney. I didn't know that. And yeah, exactly, Shiro. That was also the experience. Like, that was actually an experience I had recently as well, where I was doing expert roulette. And there was a first timer in the group. That was actually also a samurai. And I realized very quickly that they were a first timer. And they were almost going to get stomped on the first boss. But I was a sage. I was healing. So I used rescue to yoink them out of death. Like, out of going to die. And for the rest of the duty, every time the samurai didn't know quite where to go for a mechanic, they stood with me. So I, of course, made a point of making sure that I wasn't, you know, of being in the safe spots a little earlier so that they had a chance to dodge by following. And they were great. Like, given that they were, like, first time and everything. I'm glad to hear that, Pecky. Stickman says, these kinds of runs where things go a little wrong are always being the fondest memories I get from the game. And I absolutely agree with that. That, if you if things go wrong enough that you actually have to really think about it, those are way more fun, fun encounters. Case in point of that is that given that I've started doing more mental roulettes, what I often experience is that if I have a run where something goes wrong, there's something to talk about, right? If everything goes perfect, then the only thing I have to say about a run when I've recorded it is, yeah, things went well. This guy did this particular thing really well. Anyway. And then just move on. So it's way more fun when something's happening, right? Where there's something you can do. And incidentally, I feel like healers are probably the most exciting when something goes wrong. Because as a DPS, if something goes wrong, then you're kind of just at the mercy of, well, I sure hope the rest of the group can fix it in most cases, unless you're like a red mage. Maybe you can do something. As a tank, you can only do so much. But as a healer, you can, you know, all those GCDs you're spending attacking, You can just like let it rip and just do none of that and just go full support mode, at least for a while, because you'll go out of MP eventually. But you can invest all that damage into actually saving the group when you have to. So like all of that attacking can just be converted into like that. That is actually you finally doing something as a healer. Don't believe what Reddit says. People can improve just through reading chat from other party members. Yeah, it is funny when you like, if you take what people just say on the internet as is, it sounds like things like Final Fantasy XIV sounds a lot bleaker than it has to be sometimes. Let's go right round. That is the quote-unquote proper way, right? Lemon says, first time I did the level 83 trial, we wiped and we cackled about it. We didn't even know what happened. I think we... Is the party finder closed? No, it should still be here. It's a private party finder. The password is in the sticky comment in the live chat. It is 3939. I think we just got a lot of stuff thrown at us at once and it was overwhelming. See, the thing is, when I did the level 83 trial the first time, which was like when it was completely new, like we're talking I think less than 24 hours after Endwalker released, I joined as a replacement for a group that had already been added for like 30 minutes. And we didn't make it. Like the group timed out. We went in again and we did it took another 30 minutes before we actually beat it. Like, I'm just saying, and this is something that like players that got to Endwalker during Endwalker might see all of the Endwalker content and go, why is everything so easy? Well, the thing is, even if it's your first time, the probability that it's everyone else's first time is incredibly small. And each person that knows what's happening massively reduces the difficulty of the content, because they can, you know, lead the way. The X says, I don't know how to slow walk though. I guess on controller you just have to like walk carefully. If you have a keyboard on hand, slash on your numpad is how you normally do it. But no one said that you had to walk. It was just a thing that everyone decided to join me on. On controller, it slightly tilt your joystick forward. I'm sure that'll not be painful to do for an hour. But yeah, like, new content is a lot harder when everyone's a first-timer. Ostravi says, if you slow walk and then press auto run on controller, you'll RP walk. Okay, so if you're already slow walking and then press the auto, then maybe it works. Thank you. And also thank you, Lionheart. And Cyanide. A lot of people that had dealt with this. Thank you. That new content is a lot harder when everyone doesn't know it. That's also like when we did the Hildebrand trial from Endwalker the first time, we wiped at least once. I can't remember if we wiped twice, but we wiped at least once. But if I got it now, like if I queued trial roulette alone and I landed in that trial, unlikely, but if I did, I'm pretty sure we won't wipe, because there's enough people in the group that is not first timing it. And because Endwalker has been out for so long, there's actually a lot of players like in the community, right, and just at large, that has only experienced content that everyone has done a gazillion times. Like, it has been a while since a new duty has been added at this point. So it'll be quite interesting if people then find that the game is a little bit harder, because that's actually an interesting thing, is that whether people find it easy or difficult can like wave a little bit in the same way that things that can be difficult or easy can vary. I think it'll be very interesting, especially if the perspective is that Endwalker was a bit too nice. Maybe Dawn Trail will be a lot more challenging. Like, for me, it's been so long since Endwalker released that when Endwalker released, originally, I was actually planning to stream it, but I had never streamed before, as far as, like, I had never streamed before, so I didn't know how to go about it, and then I just decided to not do it. Which also means that it's a little bit, that it probably makes a lot better sense now that I've said that I'll probably be streaming my playthrough of Dawn Trail, because now I stream regularly. Although I do know that most people will probably be caught, like, will be busy playing through themselves, and they wouldn't want to see however far I am if I'm further ahead than them. But some people would like to, like, follow along. And it doesn't cost me anything to stream it. Like, not really. Indeed, Giraheen. The channel was actually extremely small before Endwalker. I think the first video I released that actually got some attention was my my level 1 to 50 Arcanist Summoner Guide, which I released like a week after Endwalker came out, I believe. And the reason why it got so much attention is because, shockingly, all other channels that even dabbled in the concept of making job guides made a max level summoner job guide, and I made a starter guide. So that meant that there were literally no starter guides for, like, new summoners. None. Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. And welcome back, more like. Art thou winning? Yeah, we could say that. We're soon in Ultima Thule. DX says I'll take a few days off of work for Dawn Trail and will likely be done with the MSQ before streaming it. As in, you stream it. Yeah, that makes sense. And that is the thing for a lot of people, is that they probably want to, like, experience the story themselves, but I also want to do that, and I don't want to wait. So that's kind of the problem. But some people don't mind. Yeah, Dart says, well, as long as you stream it early. Wait too long and you'll get some trolls channel hopping because Final Fantasy XIV views will be up. Well, the thing is, most of those trolls will probably be on Twitch. So they'll probably miss me because it's way easier to troll hop over on Twitch. Traverse says the starter guides were really helpful and one of the reasons I was drawn to this channel. I'm glad to hear that. And here's the thing, I remade all of the guides. Like, I have, like, if you go through the archives of the channel, you'll find that there are level 1 to 50 Shadowbringer starter guides for basically all the jobs. And then there is, like, additional guides where I either made a new starter guide if the job was changed too much in Endwalker, or I remade, like, or I just made a high-level guide. And then later, I remade all of them. That says, I think it was one of your mentor roulette videos I found you on first. Oh. Cyanide says, I know Xeno's chat is going to be awful when Dawn Trail drops. Based on what I've learned about Xeno, isn't his chat awful, like, always? Yumi says, so where did you end the walk? Well, we ended in Mare Lamentorum. We ended in Hoper's Hold, you know, where a Dreamwalker plays. Hung out there for a little bit. You know, went clubbing for a bit, had some drinks, and then we decided we need a cup of coffee. And, well, then you have to go to the ends of the world, right? Lemon, I thought the first video you saw, or the first stream you saw, was one of the mount farms. Yuriheen says, I believe I found you through a video about hard megapools. Well, I have 2 of those. Oh, that could be Lemon. Bondi says, Xeno's chat is my favorite place in the Final Fantasy community. You know, that doesn't surprise me. Is it over here? I believe it's over here. Zulumin says, I don't know about other chats. I only really watch you on Cider Spider. What I know about Xeno's chat is mainly what I've, like, gleaned from videos from him. And gleaned from people that I know watch him. Like Bondi, for example. So that's kind of where I make, like, my comparisons. Ymir says, the first stream I saw was the Alamigo dungeon on Smolkai, but I made my first vocal appearance on the stream where you, Sip, and Thesa did Copied Factory solo. Can't remember how far those 2 streams were from each other. But that was one of the Eureka author streams. An interesting thing with the thing is, I don't really watch that much Final Fantasy XIV content myself. That is not because I don't like Final Fantasy XIV content. That would be weird, wouldn't it? It's partly just because like I spent my time making the content, and when I've like finished working on content for the day, I would rather do something else, maybe. Uh-oh. Which means that I don't know that much about all the memes that other channels do. And part of the reason why I don't do it is also because I feel like if I sit down and watch all the other Final Fantasy XIV content creators, then I'll just start to like regurgitate the same memes they do, and I feel like it's more fun if when you come to my channel we have my memes, right? Not that I'm saying that other memes are not allowed. But more to say that at least I can keep it my style, right? Exactly, Silvermint. Blade. Fear my rhyme-kissed blades. But that is the origin of that. The origin of me really not watching other Final Fantasy XIV content creators was also that I was very scared that watching their content would specifically make it so that I would just end up copying them. Like, as in, well, if I just watch everyone else's videos, then I'll just, like, my ideas will just be the ideas I just watched. You know? And exactly, Traverse, it would feel like I'm trying to be someone else because they're more successful or something. But it also has the interesting effect that the content creators for Final Fantasy XIV that I know more about or know something about tend to be those that has some sort of either overlap with what I do, or I have had some sort of communication with them. For example, I make job guides, Wescalbert makes job guides, Megastar makes job guides, or did at least at some point, so I know those, right? I have done solo content. I actually did it before Wrath Games. I just didn't do it in the way that Wrath Games does it, but I have done solo content. Mr. Happy has done solo content, right? But I know them. Like, when Wrath Games started their journey, one of the first, after the first video he posted, I made a video entitled something like, "Why You Cannot Solo Final Fantasy XIV," or something like that. And Wrath, of course, watched it and responded to it. Like, I was there. Because the concept inspired me, so I looked into it. Cyanide says, what is the origin of Blade? The origin of Blade is that there are, I think, 2 streams archived on the channel where we did Golbez Extreme. Well, we procced it. And he says the line, "Fear my rhyme-kissed blades," and stuff like that. And I was raid leading. He has an attack where he does like a 180-degree frontal cone attack, half room cleave with his blade. And immediately after, he turns 180 degrees and cleaves the other half of the room. So I would say blade and blade or something like that. Like, it evolved into that because it was funny. And I said it every time he swung the blade, the raid callout was blade. And eventually it reached a point where, like, the YouTube, the cultists, the YouTube members, started spamming the Whoopsie-kai emote, and saying blade with, like, full caps, specifically for that. And that is kind of what caused it to like become that, which also of course meant that the live chat every time he did that mechanic just became spams of whoopsie guy. If you check the 10,000 subscriber special on the channel, it actually includes the origin of Blade. Traverses, I prefer when people are genuine. I like that you obviously enjoy what you're doing and not just playing Final Fantasy XIV because my chat wants me to. I mean, the thing is, Traverse, when I say I'm playing the jobs that we voted on Small Kai, if I didn't want to play a job, I wouldn't have put it on the list. Like, that's the thing, and I've said that before, the reason why the member page often in the community gets it's very rare that a poll comes up at all. It's because I'm not going to poll something if I'm not interested in doing it, or if I'm not interested in the response. So if I say which range DPS they want me to play, and whoopsie, it's Bard, then I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not playing Bard. If I wanted to play Dancer and it had to be Dancer, I would have just said, well, I'm vetoing that it's going to be Dancer. Instead of making a poll. But that also does mean that because I'm not asking unless I want an answer, it also means I don't ask much. Which also means that some of you might remember that I made like a poll back in January or something, where I asked what kind of streams you would like to see, and most of them haven't appeared yet. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten. I did mention a week ago or so that I was testing something in Stranger of Paradise, for example. Not that that means that that is coming anytime soon, but it's to say I haven't forgotten. If I poll something, it means that I'm going to use it. Hubsin says, I'm assuming these wind conferences count as boats. Yes, they're airships. Caetsu says, I kind of feel sorry for your throat each time you used blade in that sentence. It doesn't hurt. It does not hurt. I could make it even worse. I could make it way worse. It's about practice. Back when I started Small Kai streams, I usually had to drink I have this can of water. I had to drink the whole thing, go out, refill it, and drink it again to have enough for an entire stream. It's not that often that I have to do that now. The wind conferences and boats actually fall under the dog category, I think, since it's not in a city, and you don't have to pay for it. Aha. I think we got something there. But yeah, I could understand that, Traverse. If you're watching someone stream something and they don't seem like they're enjoying it, that would have a huge impact on your enjoyment of said stream. Like if it feels like they're playing because they have to, then it's not super fun. I will free us from this wheel. Trapped inside a tire. Ah. Horse, bird, or car? Let's see. Orkney says, I'm trying to figure out what's the first thing that I watched from you, but I can't tell. I guess it was around the time you did the substats videos. Scrolling now, saw a video with crosscode as well. Yes, it's not a video about crosscode, but that is actually one of my least watched videos on the channel. It's a video I actually cared a lot about. The video, I believe, is called Accessibility in Video Games is a Good Thing. And it was inspired by conversations like, oh, games have to be hard. Crosscode is an amazing game, and it has accessibility options. It's actually like the one video on the channel that is not about Final Fantasy XIV. I think it was good. Indeed, you can have both. You can make a hard game and just add accessibility options. One of the amazing things about that is that by not making a difficulty setting, people don't feel like, oh, I have to play on hard. But if you make it an accessibility option and make it very clear that it's an accessibility option, then people will usually go, well, I don't need this, and then just not use it. I will free us from this wheel. Traverses, that's what makes it a fun way to interact with your community. One of the things that causes me to drop a stream is when they do nothing but complain while playing a game they obviously hate. Yeah, I could imagine that. Tissues need to be a required accessory in Ultima Thule. A very nice song. Actually, speaking of which, originally when I made this channel, and this is related to this song, originally when I made this channel, the entire point, like the primary point, like the primary thing I was working on was making job guides, which meant that other guides was like other videos was mainly just like wait for stuff, right? Which means that there was like 2 or 3 videos, something like that, between Shadowbringers jobs, starter job guides, and Endwalker job guides, something like that. And I just plowed through making all of them. And when I made the last one, the last job guide I made there was level 51 to 90 ninja, and I actually used this song in like an extra long outro where I went over some things about the channel, because after that point I had to make other content, right? What are the categories? Airship, boats, magical, plot relevant things. Indeed. I feel like we should do the proper walk, right? We really should do the proper walk up, shouldn't we? Where is it starts? I can't remember. Is it there? I think it's over there. When I'm stuck on a broken Ferris wheel with Golbus and he starts shaking the carriage, yelling, "I will free us from the wheel!" Aridel adds, did you know that the singer is the original voice actor for Rauban? Yes. And the singer for this song is also the singer for To the Edge. Ymir says, I'm in position. You're in position. To the Edge is amazing. It looks like we have to use the teleporter there. The unmemoried portal. ether to fortify my blade. Man, when we had that voice line in Lunar Subterrane, that was almost like the say the line, Bard. Hey Kuma, hope you're doing well. It's just, well, we're fighting we're fighting that guy. He better has to talk about the blade. The Bad Angel says, speaking of accessibility, I'm really hoping the arenas are better next tier. Colorblind options do not help when it's all blue and red. That is a good point. Who took this portal's memories? I don't know if it's the memories of the portal or people just forgot about it. Do we do the trial in the end? No. Oops. Oops. I've led us astray. Only Aradel knows the right path. How many people did you lose in Alamigo? I think we lost like 10 that couldn't come along. Mentor moment. Well, in the MSQ, I believe there's something over there that you can interact with, so it makes sense. Cheers, as two brothers masters their arts of war. One is a brilliant mage with flames of crimson, the other known for their mastery of the blade. Specifically the master of the blade. I think there are colorblind options, but I've heard that in most games, the colorblind options are not great. Like, in a lot of games, it feels more like the colorblind options. Like, I don't know how much truth there is to this, but what I specifically have heard is that often it feels like the colorblind options forgot that they're supposed to help the person that is colorblind. Whereas sometimes it feels like it's more like changing to have that colorblindness. As in, it makes the game look like you're colorblind. It doesn't actually do anything beneficial. Look up. How far? Eh? You can't see it. Have you made sure to go to Ravana, Emir? P9S is extremely hard because everything is blue. The colorblind mode does not help. Ooh, that's interestingly familiar because P3S was really brutal because everything was orange. Woohoo! We've reached the coffee shop at the end of the world. A wild catmere. Look, it's a food processor. Can we get Starbucks on the way up? Hey, yo. Oh, you're having fish. You're also having... Where is the soup? Where's the soup at? Why are you buying clothes? Why are you looking for clothes at the soup store? Guide music, exactly. Where are the giant apples? Oh yeah. The giant apples to replenish our ether. Ymir, have you not done the Omicron story? There's a lot of people here that hasn't done that, it appears. That must, again, just like with the Lobridge where we went over to the club, the people that hadn't done it was just like, I have a question, everyone. Why are we partying in a broom closet? I know it's a big broom closet, but I don't understand. And here we just go to nothing. Oh, a radio. Woohoo! I believe that one is only there if you've actually completed all 3 tribes. Ryan says, expert roulette, not a word from anyone else in the party. Aw, that's a shame. It's completely quiet. Yeah, 2 hours and 33 minutes. That sounds about right. $20 of those we can subtract because, from a proper run because we wasted that on looking for Doggo. But that does actually mean that, in retrospect, I think this was actually the longer trip. So we should have we started with Gangos to Mare Lamentorum because we thought that was the longest. Turns out that the real that Mare Lamentorum to Ultima Thule was longer. We haven't even finished. There's a little bit more to go, but that'll take a few minutes. Turns out that the fact that the trip from Gangos to Limsa was inflated because it had a bunch of zone changes that were basically 15 seconds, so there was no point, right? Should we go up to the flower field? Ultra says, seen a lot of people not knowing how to unlock Reaper. Just get Botanist to 30, then equip the Soul Stone from the quest you get. Just upgrade to Reaper. Which also reminds me that there was someone that mentioned this earlier, that obviously we're getting at least 2 extra slots for Soul Crystals when Dawntrail comes out. There's exactly enough for all the Soul Crystals you could possibly get, so they'll add 2. Yeah, I also skipped a bunch of Ruby C, but in fairness, that came from using the boats. Oh yeah, they might add 3 to also make space for Beastmaster, that's true. They might also add that one when Beastmaster actually comes out. Who knows? But yeah, you're not allowed. You can't actually run up the staircase in the MSQ. It's just like Mario with its rainbow road. I mean... But yeah, that does track. It seems like just because there's more zones to traverse in like over in the east, a lot of it doesn't really do anything. Because you just pass through it real quick. Oh, look! Huh. We found the end location. Did they say if we were going to have more glamour plates? I think they've said yes, but I think we also got plus 10 or something? Was it plus 5 or plus 10 during Endwalker? We walked from some place in Eorzea, or well, in the east, I guess. Through Eorzea to the moon, came back, and then walked to the end of the universe. If I remember correctly, didn't they also double the glamour chest twice, or was it only once during Endwalker? Now find Xeno's gold. I don't think it's here. Might be in there. In the blob. Oh, hey, Xaviers. Hope you're doing well. I guess you're right, Xaviers. There's exactly enough for all of them. But what if you... Oh, I don't know. You want a glamour plate for a gatherer or crafter. Right. Well, honestly, we didn't actually get to talk about that many things, considering how long this walk was. But, we did it. I didn't expect the second part of the walk, the bonus chapter, to be longer than the first one. I actually expected this part to be shorter, which was why I had it as a secondary. Had I known that this was the longer path, I would probably just have started with that one. But yeah. So many people. Well, the way I go about it is that I normally just have like role-specific glamour plates rather than job-specific ones. I know, right? Look at that, I actually realized that we should go to Hopper's Hold instead of somewhere else, like instead of further away during the stream. We could take a picture. We could. Maybe from here? I can see I'll need... the lighting will need some help. Good night, Caetsu. Yeah, I'll probably take the picture from here, so if you want to be on the picture, you can... This is where the camera will be. Maybe it'll help if I do, like... I don't know if you can all see it if I do this. Let me see if I can actually place it correctly. Something like this. I'll probably go further away, but now you have something to aim for in the game. You place a stationary minion, but then I would have to move from my spot, Ham. Only your party can see that, by the way. Oof. Oh, I can't have both. Well, I can do this. Then you have something to look at. Then I can just get my backpack when we're ready. Of course, all the names will not be there and be in the way. It'll look like this once we take the picture. I don't think I can do a ready check for everyone if it only does my party. Oh, I can do a ready check for everyone, but the marker they can't see. Chikara says I'm not there. Are you on the way there? Or can you not come? Right? Wink. You may all want to stand still. Because sometimes I can actually not control all of you, it seems. So I guess we'll just have to make do with a really, really well-timed picture. Or what? You see, some people can actually move. I'll hop out for a sec. Well, it's already difficult. FFXIV says, how do I reset my emote? You sit down and stand back up. That is difficult. That means that there are some people where the emotes simply won't be... I won't be able to time them. Let's see, what can we do? Hmm. Is it me who's bugging thing? I mean, am I doing it wrong? No. Okay. Let me see if I can fix the light. Who was the male aura on the left? Because I can probably make it work if we just time that emote. Because as far as I understand, you have to use it yourself to make it, like, there. But that is Mako. Okay. We can probably make it work. I think that was pretty good. Yes, I think that was pretty good. There we go. I think that'll do. And we have a picture. I hope some other people also got some pictures. I believe it's complicated because I think it's something like you can control the people that you're in party with or friends with, but it might also be more complicated than that. And well, Emi says, I was controllable. You're on my friends list. Caetsu says, I'm back. How long did that walk take? Around 2 hours and something. It could be DC related. But yeah, I think we managed to walk a really long walk. I think we did it. We did the thing. So I'm glad. I'm glad so many of you came to celebrate April 1st with me. With a really silly walk around the world. And yes, I could control Simio. That is Viek. Actually true, that was 2 long walks. Or it was a long walk and a break and then a continued long walk. I see, Catch. You might also be able to just wait a bit and see if the OCE test becomes worldwide travel. With that said, if you've been enjoying the company of the wonderful people you've seen in the chat for this stream, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find me and most of the people in the stream chat, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how many new faces there are, actually. Sometimes it's people that have been quiet for ages and might even already be in the community, or community. And, well, on the Discord community server, you will... Did you just get home, Coco? Ugh. Well, we reached the end. What can I do? But on that Discord server, you will also find the weekly schedule, so you can see what else is happening on the channel throughout the week, and usually updated Sunday or Monday. You can also find the announcement room where you can see the links to new videos or streams when they come up. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role if you want a notification whenever I post a video or a stream. That also comes with an extra reminder around 15 minutes before stream starts. Now, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system, because that tells the YouTube algorithm that it was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much in advance. If you want to support the channel more directly than that, you can also, become a member, gift memberships, use the super chat system if you like. If you don't like to use the YouTube system, you can also use the Ko-Fi page in the description. All of the support is of course appreciated. It is not required to access any of the content on the channel. All of the videos are available for everyone, but of course it helps me. So thank you so much thank you so much to all of those that do the more direct support, and also thank you for all of those that support in any other way that you can. It is really appreciated. Now, I think that's everything that was everything that I had planned. Unfortunately, Coco came home just to see that we finished up. That feels like a classic at this point, and it's not intentional, Coco. It's really, really unfortunate. But I do hope you enjoyed this April 1st walk stream that actually turned out to be a walk stream. Isn't it nice when the thumbnails on an April 1st video actually delivers? Now, thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!